This genuinely terrified me, and still does to this day. We're lucky to have gotten away safely. Please be extra cautious with your kids, no matter what the situation is. I haven't told this story in a while, because it makes me shake with anger when I do, but I figured it might be good to tell it. Please bear with the long story. This all dates back to about a year and a half ago, when my daughter was around 4 months old. I'm 26 and female, by the way. I had just moved with my then SO to a dangerous part of town, but the particular street we moved to wasn't actually too bad. Everyone knew their neighbors and everyone seemed to get along. Well, since everyone in the neighborhood chatted with one another, my neighbors warned my SO and I about this homeless woman that parked her van on the street and harassed everyone who walked by her car, and to try and avoid her as best as possible. Side note, parking in this town is street parking only, no reserved spots. This will have some significance later. I thought to myself, meh, it's one small downside to living here, alongside street parking. Not that big a deal as long as I avoid her, right? Wrong. So the next day, after our neighbor's warning, after returning home from a long day at work and picking up my infant daughter, the homeless lady, a really slender meth head, wearing what appeared to be newish clothes and breath reeking of something foul, was walking up the left side of the sidewalk, screaming up a storm at these teenage kids who looked terrified. The teenagers aren't engaging her, just kept walking and looking at each other with uncertainty. I stay on the right side of the sidewalk, even though I knew I'd have to cross the small street to the left where my apartment was located. My daughter wakes up from her nap in my arms and begins to coo. The homeless lady spots me crossing the street with my purse, work bag, my baby, her baby bag, and decided it was a good idea to come and chat me up about her conspiracy theories as I'm walking up to my apartment. Fine, I guess, no big deal. At least she's not bothering those kids anymore. Then, as I'm fumbling to get my keys to open the gate that leads to my complex, she asks for money. I tell her the truth. I'm sorry, but I don't carry any cash on me. All the while trying to hold on to my baby, find my keys, hold all my bags. Her response? Stuck-up bitch. Then she continues muttering under her breath, which I must repeat was rank, and starts harassing more kids down the block. A couple months go by and she just continuously comes up to harass me, as if she doesn't recall who I am every single day. Every day I politely apologize and say I need to get home, or that I still don't have any money, even simply that I don't have time to chat right now. Every answer I gave her was met with an insult, both directly and under her breath. At this point though, I was still not concerned. I've always had a soft spot for the homeless, and I'm aware that this lady has severe mental illness. I always apologize for not having money to give, even through the insults. One night around midnight, my daughter wakes up crying horribly. My SO and I take her temperature, 103-degree fever. I tell him it's time to take her to the emergency room immediately before it gets any worse. We gather everything up and I gently take her from bed and lay her against my chest. She was so helpless and weak, burning hot and whimpering terribly. I still want to tear up thinking about it to this day. So, as we walk out the apartment, my SO says he'll run ahead down 3 blocks to grab the car. Remember, it's all street parking, so we often had to park blocks away. I said okay. I'd stand in front of the apartment so he could just pick us up and we could go to the ER immediately. That was the wrong choice. I watched as he ran all the way down the street and turned the corner out of sight. Then I looked back at my baby and start rocking and shushing her so that maybe she could get a little bit of sleep or rest before being up at the hospital all night. Moments later, when I look up, the homeless lady walks around the same corner that SO just ran around and makes a beeline straight toward me. I get a little bit uneasy, as I have a sick baby in my hands now, but maybe she'll just leave me alone this time, right? No, that was wishful thinking to the max. In a voice loud enough to wake the entire block practically, she said this: "Oh, hey there, sis. Daddy just told me that baby's done sick and needs a healer." I was still trying to gently rock my baby as she was startled back awake, wondering why the fuck he told this lady about the baby being sick. What? I'm sorry? I'm a healer. My mama and I been healers since birth, so gimme that baby. Still trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, knowing she was mentally ill, I said, "Sorry, I'm waiting on her dad to bring the car around so we could take her to the hospital. Can you keep your voice down a bit? She's trying to sleep." "Nah, baby girl, I'm a healer, didn't you hear me? I done said I was a healer. You know what a healer is, don't you? So gimme that baby." At this point, she reached out and put her incredibly dirty hands on my daughter's foot and wouldn't let go. "Excuse me, let her go now!" "Gimme that baby, you bitch! Let me heal her, you selfish bitch!" I turned to her and gave her dead eye contact. "If you don't let go right now, I will kill you." She and I locked eyes, and her facial expression was what I can only describe as the most terrifying, evil look a person can give, with her eyes and smile widening with every passing second. Her face still haunts me. Then she broke out in a laugh so loud and terrifying, I can't believe I didn't piss myself. By this time, my daughter was crying hysterically. My internal dialogue was something like this. "Fuck, where the fuck is my SO? I'm gonna have to get my sick infant daughter on the ground and kick this bitch's ass just to get her to not kidnap my kid." It also crossed my mind that if I did that, I'd probably be the one arrested. Like a Hail Mary, though, my SO comes around the corner in the car, and I reiterate to the lady that my SO is now here, and if she doesn't stop harassing me, I will kill her. This finally struck some chord inside her brain, and she took off running down the street, cursing profanities very loudly. My daughter's cry had me in tears too, after she was yanked so hard by this lady. I still wonder what would have happened if she yanked hard enough to take my sick daughter from me. My SO ended up admitting that he felt bad for her, so he told her our baby was sick and even struck up a conversation with her about it. Needless to say, he's now my ex. He even laughed later about the entire thing, and told me I was exaggerating and she was harmless. He also still struck up regular conversations with the woman after that, anytime he'd see her, and it infuriated me. I don't think anyone who would have seen the look in this woman's face would ever label her as harmless. She looked very much like she was ready to harm. When I was about 16 years old, I worked at a restaurant as a pianist. It was a nice semi-formal restaurant, not exactly very trendy, but seen as a well-established place where parents would take their graduating children and elderly couples would have their date nights. White tablecloths and fresh flowers on every table. It was a pretty popular place. It was a great gig, especially since I was quite young at the time. My parents would drop me off in the evenings twice a week, Friday and Saturday nights. It was in an older part of town, the kind of place where you don't go walking around at night. I live in South Africa though, so you pretty much never walk at night anyway. We have car guards in most South African cities, and while there's sometimes dodgy guys trying to make some quick drug money because they found a reflective vest in the trash, my restaurant had a very wonderful guard actually. His name was Daddy, and he was a huge dude from Zimbabwe. He'd always walk me up the path when my parents dropped me off and come to tell me when they had arrived to pick me up. Part of my pay was a free staff meal, and on this occasion my mother had decided to come in early with me, so we could share a nice meal together. As we walked in, the owner immediately saw me and dashed over to us, clearly bursting to tell me something. Apparently, earlier that day, a man had come in and asked him if the pianist started at 8 tonight as usual. The owner, Paul, had confirmed yes, and asked if he wanted to book a table. He said no, and Paul, seeing that the man looked like he probably couldn't afford to eat there anyway, asked as to why he'd even inquired in the first place. The man informed him that he had this dream A dream he was going to come in and marry the pianist. The pianist was his soulmate, and he wasn't going to miss out on this chance to let her know. Quite bewildered at this information, and thinking maybe it was a friend from school just playing a joke, I asked what the guy even looked like. I remember Paul trying to put it as nicely as possible. Well, he was sort of short, 30-ish, plump, long hair, had a hat on too. I had no friends who matched this description, and at this stage I was the only female pianist at the establishment, so my mother and I were quite weirded out. We sat down on the closed-in balcony to order right by a big window. It was about 7:45 and still quite dark outside. I was getting ready to leave the table to start playing when a movement in the shrubs outside the window caught my eye. "Mom," I whispered. She looked over to where I had just jerked my head. There, skulking outside the window in the bushes, watching us, was a short, very overweight guy. He was wearing all black with a dirty black trench coat and a black fedora as well. He had long, dark, stringy hair and a large silver cross hanging around his neck. It was a horrible, sinking feeling, realizing he was watching me and had been the entire time. I don't know if it was mostly because I was pretty young and sheltered, but realizing that this strange man knew who I was, what I looked like, thought about me and wanted to marry me, made me feel almost debilitated with fear. My mom, however, quickly realized that while I was in view of the window, she was not. She told me, "Stay there," and got up and left the table, staying out of view of the man. She went to the manager immediately and got him to phone Daddy on his cell phone. We were sitting toward the back of the restaurant, and Daddy was on the street. After about a minute of me sitting there pretending not to notice this beady-eyed, sweating man outside, I saw the light of Daddy's torch bouncing off the hedges. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man begin to panic and scuffle around, trying to work out which way to escape. I took this opportunity to stand up and get away from the window. I sat in the back until Daddy came in to tell me it was okay to start playing now. They never told me whether he ran away or had to be removed or even what exactly happened. They refused to tell me any details, which sort of made me more apprehensive. Daddy just said that the man would never be coming back around to bother me again. He told me that the man drove a rusty red small car. I'd later find out it was a really old Fiat Uno. I found out because every 2 weeks or so, on one of the nights I was working, it would be parked right down the street, far enough away from the restaurant that Daddy couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes even around the corner, just out of eyesight until we were driving home. I knew the sound of the car, the rattly old exhaust pipe. I even knew the number plate. Sometimes when we'd drive past, I could see a shadow of him in the driver's seat. Sometimes I couldn't. I always wondered where he was hiding in those times. From then on, my parents had Daddy's number saved to their phones, and my dad would come and get me when it was dark. Sometimes, when I was waiting to be picked up if we closed early, I started heading down the path to see if my parents were back. Daddy would see me from the gate. Sometimes he'd beckon me to come down and wait with him instead, and we'd hang out together. Sometimes he'd shake his head and say, "Not yet, sissy." That's when the car would be down the street. I really never did actually see the man again though, so there was never anything I could really do about it. It was always in the back of my mind though. I continued to work there until my final year of high school, and I quit when Daddy moved back to Zimbabwe. So to Daddy, my friend and protector, thank you. And to the creepy black fedora stranger in the rusty red car, I hope we never meet again. Back in 1998 or 99 or so, I was around 5 or 6 years old and living in a crime and drug-ridden part of the downtown area. Our house had a giant backyard that was full of thick jungle-like trees and bushes that had been taken over by the earth and also random passerbys. We knew this due to all of the heroin needles that were around and half of a mattress that had once been on the forest floor that had since grown 15 feet into the air with the trees. There was also a path that people would use as a shortcut to the main road, so there was a lot of traffic with shady people passing through. When you're a kid, this is a nightmare of a backyard, so I was spooked since the very moment we moved in. I would complain constantly to my mom about someone watching me from outside my window when I would try to sleep. Once or twice, there had been times of him watching me, and he had shined a flashlight into my room. I had even seen a flash of his face for a brief moment, which I can still picture. His dark eyes burned through me, and for a while I never said anything about this, but eventually I did tell someone. My mom had always said it was just a nightmare, and brushed it off for a week or two while ignoring my relentless complaints. Eventually, after having a fight with me to go to sleep one night, my mom had dragged me outside the next morning to prove me wrong. We went outside to my window, and to her surprise, the grass had clearly been stomped on only outside of my window, to the point where all of it was almost dead, and only mud remained. There were also lots of scratch marks from a tool of some kind outside the window, as if the person had been trying to break in. I was in a basement with one of those tiny windows that don't even open, so breaking in through there was super unlikely. But this incident still shook my family. My mom was very horrified and started making plans to move away, but we were so broke growing up that leaving right away was just not an option. Around that same time, I and my best friend, who was also my next-door neighbor, had become pretty much inseparable. We hung out almost constantly and had no sense of danger practically. We would do dumb stuff like go to other neighbors' houses and ask for random candy. Our favorite was this elderly lady who always had hostess cakes for us. We would actually just go inside her house to hang out there. Thankfully, she was unbelievably nice and took care of us in a way. Our parents had no idea we even did this. It was like our little secret. One day, we were playing around the neighborhood, and my mom yelled for me to come home so we could go pick up dinner just around the corner. We were only gone for 15 minutes at most, and when we came back to the house, we were in complete shock. The street was closed off with crime scene tape, and there were 2 or 3 news station vans, a dozen police cars at least, and either a life flight copter getting ready to touch down or a news helicopter. It turned out that while we were gone getting food, a man who was not from the neighborhood, but who had been staying with his mom for the last few weeks, had walked past my best friend's yard and seen her on the phone. She was talking to a friend and making faces or whatever it is young kids do. This man apparently thought she was making fun of him specifically and talking about him on the phone. This man got so upset at the thought of someone making fun of him that he walked back to his mom's house, came back with a butcher knife, and planned to kill my friend for mistreating him. Because of where she was sitting on the porch, she could see him coming back with the knife and ran inside the home and locked herself in the bathroom and called the police with the phone she luckily already had in her hand. Unfortunately, my friend's mom was in the kitchen and was not as lucky. The man took his anger out on her mother and stabbed her so many times I can't even remember the number. I think it was in at least the high 20s. Somehow, after the amount of times her mother was stabbed, she still survived, thankfully, and made a full recovery after many surgeries. After his arrest, the story was all over the news. I remember watching it with my mom pretty religiously to make sure my friend's mom would be okay. They posted the man's mugshot, and I remembered the most intense, severe amount of fear flowing through me. The man who had stabbed this woman was also the man who would watch me from outside my window. I later found out that we had actually met this man weeks earlier at the elderly lady's house we frequented for candy. That was her son, and he had initially met us at her house and been keeping an eye on us ever since. He had only just gotten out of prison a month or so earlier and was staying with her since his release. I had never taken note of him when we first met, but maybe if I did, I would have known right away who my night stalker was and could have prevented what happened to my friend's mom. We never did end up moving. My mom figured the danger was already gone with the guy arrested, so we stayed for another year. To this day, I still can't sleep with my blinds open. To the creep who would watch me sleep and tried to murder my friend and her mother, I hope we never meet again, and that you're still rotting in jail somewhere. This story is about an event that happened to my mother around 1972, when she was 8 years old. She's told me about it since I was young, and she truly thinks about it and is still affected to this day. To set the scene, both of my grandparents ran a restaurant/gas station in our hometown. They've always run a business of some type since the 50s. This means that a lot of days my mom would have to take the school bus home and stay by herself if my grandma had to stay and help run things, usually no more than an hour or two though. My uncle, her older brother, would usually come home on the bus with her, but he was a little bit older and sometimes had to stay after for football practice. So was the case on the day of the event I'm getting to. So my mother arrived home on this day, let herself into the house and started to put away her things. She had just recently received a new puppy, and the first thing she needed to do was take the pup out to the yard to use the restroom. She wrapped the dog up in a white towel, which is important, and walked him outside. As she put the dog down, she shook its hair out of the blanket, flailing it about in the wind. It was then that she noticed the neighbor's son was staring at her from across the street. This guy was in his late 20s and was known to be very strange and severely mentally ill, though in the country mental illness seems to not always be recognized. He would always do psycho shit like killing the neighbor's pigs or skinning stray cats and hanging them from a clothesline in their yard. Real sick shit. My mom said he always creeped her and everyone else out. She said he would stare at her when she would play outside, and generally made her very uncomfortable. She said he appeared out of nowhere in his yard that day, and as she shook out the blanket, he began grinning and waving. Feeling more than a little bit shook, she picked up her pup and went inside and locked the door. She had just begun to do some homework, and after about 5 minutes of work, she suddenly heard a loud knock at the door. She slowly walked over to the window to see who it was. She knew it couldn't be my grandparents because of course they had keys. As she opened the blinds, her eyes locked with those of the creep from across the street. He was already looking into the window. She jumped up and screamed a little as she shut the blinds. She walked over to the door and made sure it was locked. She said he just continued with a slow, continuous thud on the door, almost a rhythm of knocking. Then she got really terrified as he began to call out to her through the door. "Hi, sweetie. I saw you with your doggy. Let me in to see him." She was in shock. "Come on and let me in, sweetie. Please, I just want to see your puppy." In full freakout mode, my mom screamed, "You need to leave now. Go back to your house. I don't know you." He kept knocking, though. I can see the fear in my mom's eyes when she describes that part, and it gives my whole body chills. He called through the door once again. "Damn it, let me in! I saw you waving your flag of surrender." I shit you not. The guy thought my mom shaking hair from this blanket was a flag of surrender and a sign for him to come over. She screamed, "I'm calling my dad and the police if you don't leave now." With this, the knocking finally stopped. She tried to catch her breath and shake off the fear. Then she got up from the door and ran to the basement level of the home. It was an old house, so the kitchen and rec room were down there, with the only phone in the house as well. She made it to the phone and began to dial 911. All of a sudden, she heard a shatter from the next room. She looked over to see the crazed neighbor attempting to crawl through the kitchen window. He was ripping down the curtain as his upper body got through, and my mother screamed what was happening to the police on the phone. All of a sudden, he was bleeding from the abdomen where the window glass had cut him, as his lower half couldn't quite squeeze through. Then my mom began hearing my grandmother's screams. "What the hell are you doing?" The guy began yelling in pain and squirming at the window as she hit him from behind with some tool that was laying in the garden on the side of the house where the entrance to the window was. He managed to wriggle his way out and bolted to his house. The police came, Grandma called my grandfather, and he arrived as well after shutting down the business as soon as she told him. They arrested him for breaking and entering, and something else that I believe was unrelated. A probation violation or something, I assume. On the day of his court date, he told them the white flag of surrender story, but this was the final nut on his crazy cake, as they put him in a mental institution that very same day. He may have gotten out, but went back because my mother said he later died in an institution as well. Outside the courthouse, the crazy Appalachian redneck family of the creep tried to blame my 8-year-old mother, and the man's father called my mother a harlot. Needless to say, my army-trained grandpa beat the guy's ass on the courthouse steps as the local cops all turned a blind eye. That story has always stuck with me. My mom's had to receive therapy for it, so it haunts her a lot as well to this day. We can't help but wonder though, what would he have done to her if my grandma didn't come home at that exact moment? This happened February 14th, Valentine's Day. Me and two of my friends decided we would get a cheap hotel room and they would take some LSD to kick off the loneliest holiday ever. I've done it myself before, but I was not in a particularly good mindset to take it that night, so instead I settled for a bottle of wine. Anyway, we weren't very familiar with the area of the hotel/motel we booked the room at. It was cheap though, and that's all that mattered to us. It was around 3 in the morning. When outside the door, we hear someone stumbling around and bumping into walls. It was Valentine's Day, so we brushed it off at first as a drunk couple going to get it on. The stumbling stopped outside our door though, and then suddenly got silent. My friends were tripping balls at this point, and I was pretty damn drunk. We hear this woman start sobbing outside our door. I'm assuming she sat down with her back against it, because we heard her slide down the wall and collapse right on the other side. The woman starts trying to speak to us through the cracks of the door outline, saying she'd just lost her dogs and was wondering if we could come help her. It was 3 a.m., and we didn't know shit about this area, so common sense would say not to respond, so we didn't. The woman then started slamming on the door, claiming we stole her dogs, and she was going to come in and murder every single one of us sluts. She was scratching and slamming on this door for 10 minutes straight. Then suddenly she just stopped. My friends were starting to have a bad trip because of her, but when she stopped, I tried to reassure them she was gone, and they could go back to having a good time. To prove it to my friends, I checked through the peephole to verify the woman was indeed gone. Instead, what I saw was her staring right back at me through the other side of the peephole, with her face pressed against it. I watched her as she stepped back and stood there, still and solid as a literal concrete statue. She had her eyes right on the peephole, staring right into my soul. I doubt she could actually see me through it, but I was making dead eye contact with her. The woman then proceeded to start wailing and screaming, throwing her body against the door, which thankfully woke up our neighbors, and they called the front desk for help. The woman behind the front desk came out and tried to get this person to leave. She did eventually, but was going down the walkways of the hotel, screaming and not leaving the property, still crying out for her lost dogs in the hotel hallway at 3 a.m. After that, the cops were called on this woman and she disappeared, but she never actually left the hotel. They were running around all the halls trying to find her. The woman at the front desk asked me if I could give a better description or had any information for the police. Me, being an underage girl drunk out of my mind, tried to decline, but the cops ended up coming to the door anyway, and I tried my best to act like an innocent little sober girl. They said they never saw her leave, and implied she was still inside, so they just told me to keep an eye out for her and call the front desk if anything else happened. The police stayed posted outside the hotel for about an extra 30 minutes, then finally left. Turns out the bitch was just on crack. But still, hearing this woman throw her body into the door, saying she would murder us, was traumatizing enough. We left early that morning and never went back. Thanks to this woman for killing my friend's trips and my drunkenness. What a killjoy. For some background, I live in the UK and go to school with a uniform. I go to quite a large all-girls school with about 8 classes of 30 or so per year, with 5 years and a 6th form attached. So I've heard about creeps lingering outside of the school before. Usually though, they're sorted out quite quickly by the school staff. At the time, I was in year 9, so just turning 13 and about 4'9". I had a big homework assignment due at the time, and because I didn't have a computer at home, I often stayed late at school to do it in the ICT suite. As it was the beginning of the school year, it got relatively dark at around 5 p.m., which is right around when I got out of school, and right around the time this event took place. I had to catch the bus to get home as both of my parents would work. The bus stop outside my school was fairly busy, and there were a couple of other people and me at the time. I had my back up against a fence when I noticed a man under the bus stop, facing away but next to the road, opposite the fence I was leaning on. I was very aware of my surroundings, as I have had previous experiences with old creeps, and I'm just a generally paranoid person anyway. The man didn't strike me as particularly interesting, but I did notice him glancing over at me from the very corner of my eye. I then saw a bus coming and assumed that it was mine, so I stepped forward to check. Turned out it wasn't my bus, which was annoying, as I was very cold and didn't have a coat with me at the time. As I went to step back up against the fence, I almost stood right back into the man that had been under the bus stop originally. He had moved to directly behind where I was. He had his arm up against the pole next to the bus stop, telling you the buses that come by. I felt a bit concerned, but I couldn't move, as on the other side all the people were waiting to get on the bus that was now coming. It felt like forever, as I could feel this man's breath on the top of my head. I watched the bus come and collect all of the other people at the bus stop. It probably only took a minute and a half. Once the very last person got on that bus, I quickly moved out of this man's area and back against the fence. He moved so he was back under the bus stop, sitting across from me and staring at the ground in front of me. At last, my bus came after about 3 minutes in that state. I didn't want to give away the fact that I was getting on this bus immediately, but I had to wave it down, so I stood next to the road to signal it over. As I started to get on, my heart was going crazy, as the man had somehow snuck back behind me. I had already gotten my bus card out and scanned it very quickly, and only saw a few people on there. Normally, there might be a few people upstairs on the bus in this case, so that's where I headed. That was probably my biggest success of the incident. Or mistake, I don't really know, to be honest. I got up there and it was completely empty. Great. Well, I couldn't exactly go back down at this point. I knew the man had already gotten on and would be coming up the stairs soon, so I did the next best thing I could think of. I sat in the outside seat directly in front of the bus's camera, which I kept looking directly at just in case something happened. The man did follow me upstairs as expected. He sat right at the back of the bus, but not before looking at me as he passed by. It was then that I got the idea that probably saved me that night. I live on a very quiet street and it was already very dark now, so there was no way I was getting off this bus at my stop with this man. I pulled out my phone and earbuds. I put one bud in my ear and texted my best friend to play along. I FaceTimed her and quietly informed her of the situation. She understood everything. And along with some small talk, I talked loudly and at length about how my mom was so mad I'd stayed late at school, and she had just texted me saying she was waiting at the door for me. I had told her I was only 10 minutes away. In reality though, I had told my mom earlier that day that I was staying late in the morning before I left for school, and now my mom was long gone at work, at least 45 minutes away. My dad was gone even farther, about an hour and a half, and neither had access to their phones at work. Now we arrived at my stop and I had to get off. I took a deep breath as I stood up. I looked back at the man. He was staring at me as I walked down the stairs. My friend was screen recording everything at this point just in case something happened to me. Thankfully, he didn't follow me down at first, but as I was walking away from the bus, I looked back to see him pressed up against the back window, hands in fists and staring at me once more. That's when I took my flimsy school shoes off and sprinted to my house, as the next bus stop was still in eyesight. There were two on the main road that led down to my street. Once I was down my street and far enough away that you couldn't see the top of it anymore, I told my friend about him up against the window. She understood. I put my shoes back on and speed walked the rest of the way to my house. My family still doesn't know about this, even though I was quite proud of myself on how I handled the situation and how I ran so far with no shoes on, a heavy skirt and a big rucksack on my back. I don't think they'll ever know, because as much as I don't want to ever stay late at school ever again, I know I probably will have to again at some point, and I don't want my parents to feel guilty about not being able to help it if something more serious was to happen while they were at work. I'll note that I did tell the friend on the story and the rest of the people that I knew. I asked my sister because I knew she would understand, and she said I should tell my parents. I think I will eventually. I've been in 2 bad car accidents. I know the rush of adrenaline going through your head when you're in a crash. For that reason, I always pull over at any crash I see to at least try and help out, unless I know emergency services are there already. I have a level head, basic medical training, and usually have a first aid kit on me as well. Normally everything is fine, and I leave once the EMS and police show up. Today, that changed. I came around the bend while driving and saw a pickup truck had slammed into a tree. A body was slumped over in the seat. I immediately pulled my bike into the subdivision right across the street and ran over, shirking off my bag, jacket, and helmet. I see a white man, maybe 20s, slim frame, slumped over in the seat convulsing, with saliva dripping down the side of his face. My brain instantly went to he's having a seizure. The car who was a bit behind me had also pulled over, and the driver was on the phone with 911 right next to me. He tapped on the window a bit, and there was no response. We checked if any of the doors were unlocked, and I jumped into the bed to see if the back window was either. None of them were. I hopped out and went to see if anything had changed. The driver was now no longer convulsing, but he was still unresponsive. I tried knocking on the window once more to see if he had come out of it yet. The driver jumped up and began panicking. Pretty common for someone who's just had a seizure, especially if they had a traumatic experience on top of it. He began to yell and lightly punch the window. This all happened in the span of about a second, which meant I jumped nearly 20 feet in the air in surprise. Once my brain cleared for a second though, I loudly asked if he was alright, and if he would be able to unlock the door. Luckily for me, he didn't understand a word I said. He slumped back over, which prompted me to knock in concern once again. He jumped back up and began immediately freaking out. After a moment, he calmed down and sat there, smiling. It wasn't a normal smile though. It was sorta haunting. His tongue was hanging out and it was extremely yellowed. The man who'd pulled over with me, Mark, came around, which brought another round of freaking out. This began the pattern of any new stimuli at all causing him to lash out. A third person pulled over and came to check in as well. He quickly came to the same conclusion. Drugs, I guess. Our driver was now in a relaxed state once more, until the sirens started. me and the third person, whose name I never caught unfortunately, began directing traffic, while Mark kept an eye on the driver, relaying everything to 911. I had moved my jacket, helmet, and bag over to near my bike, just in case he decided to start driving again or something. Finally, about a minute after we first heard the sirens, a fire truck, ambulance, and the sheriff all pulled up. The fire truck blocked traffic from one end. After briefly talking to the cop, Mark went to start turning cars around in the other direction. A cop pulled up from the end, blocked by the fire truck. The two cops, determining that the driver was in a combative state, drew their tasers. A firefighter used a pick to break open the driver's side rear window. After the first hit, the driver began to claw at the back window. Once it had been pulled out, the cops began yelling at him to open the door. Par for the course, the driver didn't understand a word. They decided to smash the front window as well. After the first hit, they didn't have to do much, because the driver immediately began hitting back. He punched out the window entirely, as the cops yelled some more. The driver was yelling, punching at everything, so the first cop tased him. If we hadn't heard the crackling, we'd not have even known it had worked. He was still swinging away. The second cop tased him. Still nothing. First cop again, second cop again. As the first cop tased him again with the marking of a fifth tasing, the second cop opened the door. The driver began kicking, punching, and scratching while getting dragged out of the car. The cops attempted to hold him down, but apparently drugs are a hell of a drug. The largest of the firefighters had to join in as well, just to be able to hold him down. Around this time, 6 more cop cars flew up, and they all ran over to assist. After here, though, it gets a bit boring. Mark and I had to stick around to be interviewed by the highway patrol officer, who would be investigating the wreck. I guess it just goes to show that driving under the influence is not a very good idea. A bit of backstory beforehand. My parents are divorced. I live primarily in Australia, but travel back to see my father, his family, and my extended family in the UK about every chance I can spare. This story revolves around one of those visits. At the time of this visit, I was 13 years old, and due to scheduling conflicts, would be traveling alone without my other sibling. Luckily, most airlines and airports worth their salt offer assistance programs for unaccompanied minors. That program includes an identifying tag, escorts throughout the airport, help with check-in, and priority boarding. I boarded first. My chaperone said goodbye and handed me off to the flight attendants. So far, so good. Nothing of any real significance happened for the first few hours of the flight, but I couldn't help but feel a little bit uneasy for some reason. I kept feeling this sensation, like somebody was watching me, but every time I would look around to see where, I couldn't identify the source. I chalked it up to just being a little bit nervous about flying alone, and tried to watch some in-flight movies to calm myself down. The next significant event was when I got up to pee. Just then, something caught my eye that hadn't before. I saw there was a man about 4 rows back, in a middle aisle seat, just staring at me. He wasn't making much attempt to hide the fact that he was looking, and out of shyness I looked down and broke our stare. I just tried to ignore him. As I walked by, I could almost feel him gesturing me to look at him, as if he wanted to ask me a question. In that moment, I made the decision to further ignore him and pretend I had never seen his gesturing. My mother has always been very safety cautious, and I credit her with giving me a healthy suspicion of strangers. She had made it very clear that while I was traveling alone, I didn't have to answer to any other adults, except for my chaperones, and that if someone tried to talk to me or make me do something for them, I had permission to ignore them or report them to airport staff. So, that's what I did. I walked past him, went to the bathroom, and walked back to my seat with my head down. I can't verify whether or not he kept trying to get my attention because honestly, I was a little bit scared to look back. All I can say is that my "you're being watched" senses kept on tingling as the flight went on. These bad feelings all came to a head during the sleeping hours of the flight. For those who haven't traveled international long hauls, the sleeping hours are for people to sleep by simulating nighttime in the plane. This means no trolley service, dimmed lights, and all the airline screens are shut off. I was extremely groggy and sleep-deprived at the time. I probably should have tried to get some rest, but I just couldn't get comfortable. I was trying to instead ride out my time watching movies. This is when the man took the opportunity to approach me. He came up from behind me and put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed, then said something I hadn't heard with my headphones on. I removed them and turned to give him my groggy but full attention. "I'm sorry? Will you come to the back of the plane with me, please?" I was utterly confused by this question. Have I done something wrong?" "No, I would just like you to come to the back of the plane with me." He crouched down to be at my eye level. I glanced back to the end of the plane, which was pitch black and hidden behind a curtain. The only bathroom was vacant. I have money." He pulled out a wallet and showed me a wad of cash. "Maybe you'd like some? I just want to talk to you at the back of the plane. It'll just be for a moment." I was very confused as to what to do when this was happening. Looking back, I can remember feeling slightly annoyed, less afraid of danger, and more irritated at being asked to stop watching a movie and do something with this guy. Due to my tired state, it wasn't quite connecting in the synapses that I might be in danger. I was just being asked to talk to this guy about something after all. I wonder if he might have convinced me with a little bit more prodding, but luckily he didn't have the opportunity to go any further. A woman behind me, who I realized later had been listening in for the entire conversation, pulled down her eye mask and leaned over the seat gap. "She isn't interested. You need to return to your seat right now or I'll call somebody." I had never seen a man run away so fast. He tucked his wallet away and scurried back to his seat, slid on his eye mask and rotated away from us, pretending he was now asleep. She then turned her attention to me. "If he comes back over, you wake me up or call for the flight attendant. If you need to use the bathroom, use the one in the center of the plane. It's more well lit." She reached through and rested a hand on my shoulder. I gave a thank you. She leaned back in her seat but kept her eye mask off now, shooting looks in the man's direction. After that point, I didn't feel that uneasy feeling or like I was being watched anymore. The woman, who it turned out was traveling with her 2 kids, kept leaning in and asking me questions about where I was going, who was picking me up from the airport. When she discovered I was meeting extended family at the terminal, her face became a lot clearer, and she offered to walk out with me to the baggage claim. We landed, got off the plane, and when I saw my father in the arrivals lounge, I waved her a fond goodbye, saying thank you, and walked off. As for the guy, I have no idea what happened. The encounter was so bizarre and short, I might have just discarded it from my memory entirely. Looking back though, I always feel apprehension and dread as to what he was going to do to me back there. I have some theories, but I'm glad I didn't get put in a position to test them out. I've never had a story to share until now. I'm starting to feel really creeped out about this. I hope I'm just overreacting and it turns out to not be some weirdo doing this, but I can't think of anyone who would. And we've already asked around to family and friends. No one has any idea what we're talking about. You see, 2 weeks ago, my mom started getting these deliveries from a local flower shop with cryptic messages. She has no idea who they're coming from. And then today, something else happened. The first that came a couple of weeks ago was a bouquet with a note. "Do these smell better?" She asked her boyfriend. He said he hadn't ordered anything and was equally as weirded out as her that she was receiving flowers from a total stranger, not to mention that weird note with no context. She had no idea who it would be from or what the note could possibly mean. Smell better? Better than what? There was no context. It seemed like some kind of inside joke she was supposed to understand, but she had no idea what it could possibly be referring to. She mentioned it to my dad and all of her close friends too, but it wasn't any of them either. She called over to the flower shop and they said they weren't allowed to disclose who they came from, refused to give her any information. This meant it couldn't possibly be a promo thing from the shop to get business either. Yesterday, she texted me while I was at work and said she had just received another bouquet, with chocolates this time, and another note. White, blue, red, green buttons, falling from a tree. At least the first note made half sense. This one was just, I don't even know. Today, something else happened. Without being specific, obviously, my mom has the same last name as a historical figure. She received a random Amazon package she didn't order in the mail. Opened it up. It was a book about that very same historical figure called Have You Heard of His Name? It was a kid's book. Me and my younger brother are both adults, so there's no reason for anyone to send this as a gift. We have different last names anyway. I'm a female in my 20s, and recently moved back in with my mom and brother for financial reasons to get back on my feet and pay for my divorce after the lease for my place was up. My brother works night shift, so it's only me and my mom in the house at night, which is when I'm most worried about something happening. I can't think of any reason someone would be doing this without saying anything, unless they were a weird creep, and we can't think of anyone who would do this as a prank. The first one was strange. We brushed it off thinking it wouldn't happen again. The second one yesterday made it a bit more creepy. But that random book today made us so uneasy. It's one thing to send flowers, but whoever it was went out of their way to get a random Amazon book with the same last name on it. I'm really weirded out now knowing there's nothing we can do about it, but wait and see if something happens again, or if things get any creepier. I feel helpless, and the thought of us being home alone at night freaks me out. I know no harm has actually come to us or anything, but I really don't feel safe. If the person doing this has ill intentions, they obviously know who we are and where we live, but we don't know anything about them. Her boyfriend stays at the house on weekends, so I feel a lot safer when he's there, but during the week it's just us. This happened about 3 weeks ago. Though I'm generally a slightly paranoid person as it already stands, I'm glad to have read so many of these types of stories. It probably helped me make a safe decision on that night a few weeks ago. I'm a small woman in her early 20s who lives alone in a smallish condo/apartment with her cat on the second floor of the building. I just moved in a few months ago. There are 2 doors one must enter to get inside my apartment. The first is outside leading into the building, and second is obviously my apartment door itself. Tenants have keys for the outside door, which only has one lock, whereas the actual apartment doors have both locks and deadbolts. Otherwise, a visitor must be buzzed in to be allowed inside. For some clarity, there are 8 apartments per building in my complex, with an outside door on either side of the building. Mine is closer to the back and is situated directly above a currently empty apartment. My downstairs neighbor to the left is my age, and the only neighbor I'm close with. She's often away though, staying with her boyfriend. This means that while I technically live near others, my home is slightly isolated. There's an outdoor light situated next to the door, but I'd noticed when returning home that the bulb had either broken or burned out. I hadn't thought to contact maintenance to fix it though, as it was very late at night and I was already really tired. There hadn't appeared to be many others home in my building, as the parking lot on my side was a bit empty. I was taking care of a few chores around the house at around 10 p.m. Friday night, running the dishwasher and folding laundry. I'd had a long week at school, and had arrived home probably an hour to an hour and a half before. My cat was keeping me company, as I just puttered around. It's a bit hard to hear much outside when my dishwasher is going, and I was already generally distracted, but I could barely notice a sort of soft rustling sound outside. It didn't seem too strange, aside from being a bit repetitive. I really wasn't unnerved by this point, but being constantly anxious anyway, I was too frightened of the dark to actually look out the window to that side of the building. This might have been totally unrelated, but I do think it bears mentioning. Fast forward a little bit, and I was standing at my kitchen counter working on a report on my laptop. Sitting kills, after all. Over the sound of the dishwasher, I barely heard this soft knock at my door, upon which my cat bolted for the bedroom. Unsure at first if I'd actually heard anything, I went still and waited for a moment. There it was again, quiet but a bit longer and faster. This made me pretty uneasy. It was very late at night. My first thought, though, was that it might be one of my neighbors needing something. I approached the door quietly and looked out the peephole. As I mentioned, the only neighbor I know well is the young woman who lives downstairs, but I am also familiar with what all the others look like. The man standing outside, though, was completely unfamiliar to me. Tall, wearing either a dark blue or black jacket, Caucasian and with dark hair. He didn't look particularly unusual or sinister, it was just an unfamiliar face. What was unusual, though, was just how close he was standing to the door. Even distorted through the peephole, he was so close, I would have to guess he was standing square on the mat in the hallway, leaning his face in and staring through the peephole. There was an odd sort of energy in his stance, if that makes any sense. I immediately felt extremely unnerved, and glad that I made very little noise when I walked. I backed up about 3 feet from the door and waited. I'm not totally sure how much time actually passed, but he stood there for a good few minutes longer before I heard him go downstairs and through the outside door. Now, I've had a neighbor from downstairs knock on my door in the evening before to ask me if I was experiencing a power outage or something like he was. He had brought his wife with him, though, probably to reassure me, and stood a reasonable distance back from the door after knocking firmly. This was all exactly what this strange guy didn't do, which is why it set me on edge. I've always tried to convince myself, though, that I was making a big deal out of nothing. I told myself that this had probably been a similar sort of situation, but I was far too immediately uncomfortable to even consider opening the door. I just decided to listen to my gut. I texted both my mom and my male friend about the situation. My friend offered to come keep me company, but by that time I had talked myself out of some of my nervousness and assured him that I was fine. I went to sleep about an hour later and woke up having mostly forgotten all about it. Shit got weird the next day, though. Only in the context of what I saw the next morning did the knock even seem all that frightening. I had agreed to accompany my mom and her boyfriend yard sale hopping that morning in some nearby neighborhoods, as it was Saturday. They were supposed to pick me up early around 7:30. My mom gave me a call from her car when they arrived on my side of the building to let me know to come down. I grabbed my bag, went out my door and downstairs, but as soon as I opened the outside door, I could tell that something was clearly very wrong. The handle turned extremely loosely. The door opened very easily, and upon shutting it again behind me, the handle itself fell out of the hole. Looking back, I wish I'd taken a picture of it, because it's a little bit hard to describe. It had clearly been messed with. The outside portion of the door handle was held in place with screws, and that part was completely missing. The lock component of the handle was also missing. Essentially, what was left behind was a stripped handle with a hole in the middle where the keyhole should be. Both those parts, when I searched the surrounding grass and sidewalk, were nowhere to be found. It had been thoroughly fucked with. My mom, having heard about the knocking incident from the night before, was not cool with this at all, and insisted I report the incident. I contacted maintenance and the police, but as there are no cameras situated near my apartment, and definitely not near my door, I'm not particularly hopeful. I've gotten no additional information as of now. In talking with my neighbors who were obviously made aware of the vandalism, nobody who was at home or awake around that time heard anyone knock on their door, or saw, heard, or came in contact with the man I described. Maybe this is overthinking it, but this makes me more nervous. It makes the approach seem more targeted and less random, as if he knew I would be there. For what it's worth though, the outside door handle was replaced very quickly that afternoon, and nothing like this has ever happened since. So this actually happened to me today, and it felt like something I should share here as a caution to others. I live in a small city not too far from Edmonton, and recently there have been a series of armed robberies happening in and around the area. It's made me wary about walking alone at night, so I've found myself home at night more often than usual. It's not the worst, but I dislike having this feeling of unease. Still though, I manage to make do most times. So today, my dad and his girlfriend were invited out to a party, meaning I had the entire house to myself. I pretty much had the evening planned out, watch some episodes from my favorite soap opera, then switch over to some classic horror films. So I waved bye to them as they left and quickly loaded up the TV. It was not long after I'd started up the horror movies that I heard a sudden knock at the door. It wasn't a regular knocking. If my TV had been any louder, I probably wouldn't even have been able to hear it. Thinking it was probably nothing at first, I went over to the door without pausing the movie just to confirm. But to my surprise, there was indeed someone standing there. I opened the door slightly, and there stood a very slim man. He looked to be in his mid-30s, and that's pretty much just about all I can say. I'm not the best already when it comes to describing people, and I didn't really get a chance to analyze him in that moment. I couldn't even really tell you if his jacket was gray or black. The man immediately began a spiel where he said he represented a security company and was going around in my area to offer his company's services. He asked if the owner of the house was home, to which I told him no and that he would not be returning until quite late. He then began to give me some quick information about his company, that it was the only one that was locally funded, that it was already being used in several homes on my street, and it was also smart device friendly. He even showed me this laminated piece of paper that displayed all the different devices that could work with the security system. I told him we weren't interested in having one at this time. He then proceeded to ask me if my family leaves the house usually for long trips, which would be a very great reason to get his security system. Looking back now, this was a huge red flag, but I answered honestly. The house was almost never empty, and we never really went on trips either. I also added that he could speak to my dad tomorrow if he was planning on coming back around. He told me though that his team would be leaving to another city tomorrow, thanked me for my time, and then left. I went back to my movie and pretty much forgot all about that visitor. The movie finished and I decided to check my Facebook to glance the buys and sells. Near the top of my feed was a shared post that caught my eye immediately. What I read next made me completely freeze up. It was from a woman who had apparently also talked to a representative from the exact security company I had been advertised. This guy had knocked on her door softly too, which immediately caught my attention. She noted how the guy never gave his name or business card, something I didn't even realize had happened until I thought back. Overall, she was very suspicious of the guy, so she asked he wait outside as she got some pen and paper to write down his phone number. But when she returned, he was gone. The next-door neighbor told her they saw the man running down the road and into an alley. But the biggest fact this woman dropped? She contacted that security company to report the man. It does actually exist, but they told her they didn't send anyone out in this city door to door. This shared post was blowing up, and it seems it's occurred to a lot more people than just me. Some people even showed from their video of their security cameras these employees. There's definitely more than one person pretending to work for this company, one even being a woman, and a lot of strange activity being reported as well. One person going into the backyard without permission, another standing in front of the house like they're scoping it out. Knowing all of this now, it makes the entire encounter with that guy at my door terrifying. Was he scoping out my house too? Would he have tried something if I didn't answer? I also wonder, was he hesitant to try anything because I didn't pause my movie? For all he knew, I could have had a friend over watching with me. Luckily, nothing serious happened for the rest of the night, but I will be extremely cautious from now on. If there's one thing I would like to advise, be suspicious of anyone you don't know that comes to your house. Just because someone says they work for a company doesn't automatically make that true. You don't know who they are or what they might actually want from you. This happened back in 2004 in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time and out deer hunting with my dad and a friend of his, Frank. Please don't turn this into an anti-gun thing in the comments, by the way. I remember this day like it was yesterday, though. The dialogue isn't quite word for word, but the idea of it is 100% accurate. Also, as a side note, it was one day after 8 people were shot less than 2 hours away. My dad and I had a few different stands over an area of maybe 3/4 of a square mile. He had been hunting there for at least 10 years, and I had been going with him since I was 5. Up until I was 12, the legal age to hunt with a rifle, I had just been tagging along though. This particular morning, we walked to my stand first. It was 5 a.m., so still dark outside. I got situated, and my dad and Frank went off to our other 2 stands over a ridge, maybe another 500 to 600 yards off. Sitting there alone in the dark is always a little bit eerie. Not long after my dad and Frank left, I see a flashlight from the general direction of where they headed, maybe 200 yards away, roughly moving in my direction. I figured maybe they'd forgotten something from the truck or something, so I radioed in to see what they were doing. "We're just sitting in my stand. Frank is about to head over to the other one," my dad said. Obviously, this flashlight was someone else. This wasn't super uncommon though, and wasn't really a big deal. Those woods can often get crowded sometimes, and there's a spot to park in that general direction. I turned my light on so the other hunter could see that there was already someone there. I see him stop, and I see the light turn and go in a different direction. No big deal. I ended up dozing off while it was still dark out. When I wake up, the sun is up. It's around 8 a.m. I sit there for a bit, radio my dad to see if he's seen or heard anything moving. Nothing yet. A couple gunshots off in the distance is all. I get up and go for a slow little walk to get my blood moving a bit. Not very far, maybe 30 yards out and back, trying not to make a sound. I come back to my stand, sit down, and take a real good look around. Nothing really going on yet. I finally look out to my left, where I had seen that flashlight before. I see orange. For anyone unfamiliar, hunters have to wear blaze orange during gun season. I radio my dad and Frank to see if either one of them were moving around. Dad says no. I hear nothing from Frank. I grab the binoculars out of my backpack to see if it's him. It's definitely not. I then notice that this guy is looking at me down his scope, rifle aimed directly at me. This is a huge no-no. Massive rule we all learn in hunter's education. Never point your rifle at something you don't intend to shoot. Dumb people can still do it though. It's few and far between, but it happens. This is why we tell normal people to use binoculars. At first, I thought, what a fucking dickbag. Thing is, even with me directly looking at him, he still didn't put his gun down. Now I was starting to panic. Was I going to be the next hunting murder victim? I slowly grab my rifle, get up, standing behind as many trees as I can, and walk down a little path to the side of my stand. My stand was on this kind of little knoll on the side of a much larger hill. I radioed into my dad and told him what was up. He told me to sit tight and stay out of sight. Obviously, as a 16-year-old, I couldn't quite do that, and just had to keep looking. Every time I peeked out, the guy was still aiming his gun in my direction, always standing in a different spot. I would look, go back to hiding, and look again, and he'd be 30 yards away and slightly hidden from where he was last time. About 10 minutes of this goes by, when my dad radios in. "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he was very obviously trying to keep me calm. At the time, I thought he just wasn't taking me very seriously. "He's still there, but he keeps moving around. I don't know what this guy's problem is." My dad told me to keep hidden and he'd figure everything out, that he would be coming up near him in a minute or two. That's when I hear the shot. I lost my shit trying to get a hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where the fuck is he? Did he have to shoot the guy? What's going on? I sat there for 2 to 3 minutes that felt almost like hours. "All right, bud, you can come out and head toward my stand now." I peek up over the little knoll I was behind and see my dad waving along from the ridge the random guy had been on. I make the trek over to him to see what happened. It turns out Frank was feeling a little bit restless and took a little stroll. He'd ended up on the other side of that particular ridge the stranger was on, not knowing the guy was there. He had knocked his radio battery loose while he was getting situated earlier in the morning and had no idea anything was even going on. The shot I'd heard was actually Frank shooting a deer. But my dad said that as soon as Frank fired that shot, the guy walked off away from us toward the logging road and disappeared. We helped Frank out with his deer and decided to call it an early day after that. Although I was extremely nervous, the rest of the week went on with no further incidents. Context: I'm a 15 to 16-year-old white dude and straight. The other guy in this is a 15 to 16-year-old Hispanic dude. Not too sure if he's straight or gay or bi or whatever. This story starts at the beginning of the school year, 2017 sophomore year. Gym class rolls in and a kid I know picks a locker really close to mine. I don't mind too much because I thought he was very chill. However, more and more I started to notice him peering at me while I was changing. Now, I know it's all fun and games to be bros and joke about our bodies and stuff, so I really didn't mind too much, until the peering became not only constant, but more and more obvious, to the point where he literally just watched me while he got dressed the whole time. I still hadn't taken any action, because I thought, well, maybe he's just socially awkward or something. I don't want to necessarily just frame him as a creep right away. So I go minding my own business and don't really do anything about it. The swim unit comes and now we start doing laps and stuff. However, I started to notice that he would diverge from the rest and always try to swim closer to me. When I would get into a conversation with him, he would just start acting normal again like nothing was wrong. But then he would get too close to me and start touching me with his leg under the water. I backed off a bit and told him that's really strange. A couple more days of this passed by, and one time during some back and forth swimming routines, he got way too close for comfort when there was plenty of space elsewhere. I then finally told him, "Hey, dude, do you mind? Sorta low on personal space here?" He didn't say anything and moved away a tiny bit, but not too much. It was still really creeping me the hell out. But hey, now I thought maybe he was gay and had a crush possibly. I go back to my locker after the routine is over and start to change. Once again, he starts staring at me creepily. That's when I decided to change my locker to a diagonally facing section locker in the back where he could barely see me. After I changed the lockers, things got significantly better. He stopped peering as often, although I did sometimes catch him from around the corner, meeting eye contact until he looked away. However, now during gym, he was actively trying to move closer to me, squeezing through the rest of the class to get to me. You see, normally I would be fine with this, but he always tried to get in front of me where I could obviously see him, or really close up behind me where it gets real creepy. I tried to surround myself with some friends to see if that would make him stop, but no, he would somehow still manage it every time. He also came out of the lockers every time right after I did, which signified he was probably waiting for me. I decided to run another test, to be sure he was not just trying to be friendly. Outside, while waiting for everyone to change their gym clothes to normal clothes to continue classes, I decided to leave earlier, before everyone came in, and see if he followed. He had never left early before, but sure enough, as soon as I started to leave, I noticed him following me in a reflection. I started to run and shook him off, and returned to gym class to wait. He never did return. He definitely was following me, because there's no way he would take those exact same turns and everything. Fast forward another couple days of me trying the exact same thing. I decide to do one more last test, and if this works, then he's definitely a creep. My plan was to change real fast and run into gym before anyone else, then climb all the way up the folded bleachers, basically having a bird's eye view of him coming through the entrance without him being able to see me. So I try out this plan. I get ready, change as fast as possible, sprint up the stairs, and climb those bleachers real high. Mind you, I'm scared of heights, but I really needed an answer. 5 seconds later, I don't even know how he possibly did it this fast. He sprinted through the door. He didn't see me right above him, and he said some words that made me fear. "Where the hell is he?" I shuddered and stayed quiet. He exited, but I got the feeling that I needed to wait. He decided to try another entrance. From that perspective, he spotted me on the bleachers, and then realized I was there the entire time. We locked eye contact, but instead of a warm, affectionate gaze like someone with a crush, his eyes were cold and hateful. He then slowly walked away to where class started. I stayed there for a while until other people started gathering in. I tried this one more time, but he didn't fall for it. He came out with the rest of the guys for once. He still follows me around during class, and I try my hardest to shake him off. I'm planning to confront him about it, but I don't really want to. He still peeks at me as he passes by in the locker rooms, and now I change really fast to get away, and not give him the pleasure of looking at me. It's so freaky. He's also in a couple of my other classes, and will do things like bump into me on purpose, or just walk real close to me and then glare at me. Since those classes are more crowded, I feel a bit safer. But it's almost New Year, so yeah. If you're reading this, kid, please stop. I don't want to be rude, but just fucking leave me alone. It's so annoying and creepy. When I was 12 years old, my family and I lived in an old apartment complex. I say old because it's been standing for well over 50 years by the time we moved in. Some of the residents have even claimed to have lived there their entire lives. Anyway, one particular thing that stuck out to me was that there was a strict no pets policy. The landlord actually elaborated on this, stating that a copious number of pets seemed to go missing around the area, so now they restricted them in hopes that it would end the problem there. As a child, I kept pretty much to myself. As for my brothers, who are 2 to 3 years older than me, they spoke and played with every kid that lived in the apartments and surrounding areas. Every day after school, they'd beg our mother for some change so they could go visit the candy lady. She was a local resident in the apartments who held a mini-mart in her apartment. Basically, she'd buy snacks in bulk ranging from gummy snacks to chips so she could resell it to the neighborhood kids. I'd never been at that point, but of course I was very curious. I asked my brothers if I could join them, but they declined. So I stole, $1 from my mom's purse and followed my brothers and their friends so I could find out where she lived. Upon stalking them, I finally found her apartment location. Though they stayed inside for a while, I figured I'd just go the next day. The next day after school, I took my hard-won stolen dollar and headed out to the candy lady's apartment. She opened the door. She was an older Caucasian lady with a very welcoming demeanor. She let me in and asked for my name. When I gave it to her, I asked for hers. She said to just call her the Candy Lady. She seemed very sweet and thoughtful, asking me about school and if I lived in the area. You know, kids don't usually come here alone. Where are your friends? She asked me. I explained I didn't really have any, and that I just preferred to observe. She seemed to sympathize with me a bit, because then she told me to take anything I wanted free of charge. As a child, I indulged in taking as much as I could carry. While thanking her on my way out, she said to me, "Come back anytime, my friend." I felt pretty jolly at that point. 1, I got some free snacks, and 2, I'd made a new friend. When I got home, I hid all my snacks in my drawers, returned my mother's stolen dollar, and felt pretty great overall. That is, until I went back. I returned maybe 3 or 4 days after the first time. When I knocked, she answered the door very frantically. I kind of got scared, so I told her I could just come back later. After realizing it was me, though, she told me no worries and insisted I come in. When I did, she asked if I'd come back for some more free snacks. I gleefully told her yes, but she said the first time was just a kind gesture. From now on, though, I'd have to help her with a few things to earn my free snacks. I was used to working for things, so I agreed. It was simple enough. Just throw out the trash for her. I figured she was old and probably couldn't go outside much. The weird thing was, she had me take her garbage out to the dumpsters in the apartments next door. Fast forward to a month later, it had become our regular schedule. After school, I'd do my homework, then head over to her place to throw her garbage, as well as collect my earnings. It was all easy breezy for a while. That is, until one day, when she forgot to tie the trash bag all the way. I had walked all the way down to the dumpsters next door, but before I threw it in, I decided I'd tie it up for her first. It was loose, so I had to untie it to fix it all the way. Curious little old me couldn't help but look inside. There, I saw wadded up paper towels drenched in blood and hair. It was also more black plastic bags at the bottom. This freaked me out so much, I dropped the bag right then and there and booked it home. As soon as I got there, I cried to my mother about my horrific discovery. She said she'd go out and see it for herself after I told her which dumpster. When she returned, she said she didn't see what was inside because the candy lady was already there, tossing it out when she arrived. My mother didn't say a word to her and just left. She told me she didn't want me going out that far anymore and to stop helping with other people's chores, completely neglecting what I had initially told her. Surprisingly, I was able to just forget, more like ignore, what happened, and go about my kid life like nothing was wrong. Then my brothers came rushing back one day. They anxiously explained to my mom, who was as nosy as ever regarding neighbors, that the candy lady had just been taken away by the police. My mother dismissed it and told us to mind our business. My brothers were bummed out though because of their lack of future snacks. As a child at this point in time, I really didn't understand the concept of police all that well, so I was pretty much clueless about what happened. About a month ago, I had dinner with my mom. I'm now 22 years old, by the way. My mother and I got to reminiscing, and we started talking about those old apartments. After discussing how old and broke down they were, I asked her if she remembered what I told her I saw. At first, she didn't. Then I mentioned that she was actually arrested by the police. I could see the shock of realization hit her. She said she remembered, and that she actually asked the landlord about it shortly after she was taken away. Apparently, the landlord told her that the candy lady was actually killing and skinning animals she found nearby, so she's the reason why pets weren't allowed. She was fucking killing them and doing God knows what with the skin, and I'm the dumbass little kid who got rid of the evidence for her. For those of you wondering, the management of the apartments next to ours, the one with the dumpsters we used to dispose of the evidence, caught wind of the horrible smell reeking from them, and from there they were able to catch the candy lady. All I know is I'm glad I never went back once I realized what were in those bags of trash she had me take out multiple times. P.S. If you're the candy lady reading this, I refuse to believe you were my first friend. This happened about a year ago. I'm 16 now. He's going to be 20 in August. We met through the internet initially. It turned out he lived in a city right next to my village. I was 12 then. He was 16. We quickly lost contact. After 2 years, I texted him again because my friends edited a photo of him and dared me to send it. He seemed really nice, and we had lots of shared interests as well. Talking with him felt so natural. I was used to age differences because for some reason I never meet people my age. I really didn't think too much about it. He took the bus to my village a couple of times, and we hit it off pretty well. He even met my best friend. Then I heard he'd had a Skype call with one of my online friends specifically. He told her his last girlfriend supposedly killed herself because of him, because of the horrible things he said to her. My friend felt like he was beginning to crush on her, maybe because she was too nice and kind. The other friend voiced her own worry over him turning her into his ex. She was understandably grossed out. My friends talked with him about it, and I asked why he'd told them but not me. He said it was because I was too immature to understand. I was upset. I was the person who had introduced him to my friend group to begin with, and now he was forcibly trying to cut me out of it. Thankfully, my friends had had enough of him though and cut him out instead. I did not though. You see, I felt really bad for him. He was an orphan, he lived alone, he had issues with alcohol, and a lot of trouble with depression as well. Losing 3 people could have been so devastating in that mindset, so I kept messaging him, perhaps out of pity. He turned very, very creepy, very fast. Suddenly, he began to call me darling. I was over the moon because I was a kid that had caught feelings. A little puppy crush on someone I knew I could never date, but who gave me that hope that maybe, just maybe, I could. He started to spend more time with me, sent me pictures and photos of him going on about his day. Nothing too unusual. Until one time we called while I was busy playing a game on my laptop. I don't remember what we were talking about exactly, but I remember him being so excited that 15 is the legal age in Poland. I remember feeling excited too, but I don't really know why. I remember being very, very stiff as well, even though this was just a harmless phone conversation. The joke was, until February, because I'd turned 15 then. That was when he was supposed to visit. I felt like I owed him everything, just because he had issues with his mental health. He told me that his psychiatrist had said she had never met someone so young who had lived through so much, even though our conversation wasn't about depression at all. He made me feel so bad for him. That's why I never said anything about the things he did that creeped me out or made me feel unsafe. I was afraid he'd feel worse and do something horrible to himself or others. He told me he'd tried to kill himself a couple times. So what if I was the reason he'd try again? He had already told me about all of his issues with loneliness and abandonment after all. When he visited, I learned he still had feelings for this supposedly dead ex-girlfriend. He played a song that was their song, and every word in it described their relationship while we were in my room. He was close to crying, but I had no idea what to do. He'd put me in this situation, even though he knew I wasn't equipped to deal with this stuff. I remember after that I got quite upset and told him I didn't want to be cheered up. I just didn't. I wanted him to leave me alone. So he sent me tens of texts, pictures, and cheap cheer-up lol things he found on his phone. It was the one time I set some sort of boundary, and he broke it immediately, with an "oops, sorry, too late" message following. I had a school trip in October, and I had a pretty good time from what I remember. For some reason, I remember I just lost all my feelings for him right then and there very suddenly. Maybe it's because, for once, I didn't force myself to feel bad for him and constantly check if he was online, wanted to talk, or if something happened. Maybe because all my friends thought we were going to date, and it was really unnerving to me that they never saw anything wrong with it. I cut contact with him very, very slowly. I started by deleting him off of things he never checked. Then I blocked his number. Then I blocked him on Facebook. Finally, he noticed, but I never looked back. Later on, through yet another friend, the only one that kept in contact with him, I learned that his ex wasn't actually dead at all. Or maybe she was? There were screenshots of him talking with a family member about the funeral, then screenshots of him talking about moving in with a girl 2 years older than he was, who was the love of his life, same name as his ex and everything. He then sent a picture that was supposed to prove he was in a psych ward or something, but then even my friend refused to believe him. I can't really tell what he was lying about in the end, or even if he was lying at all. Next school year, I'll be going to a school in the city he lives in, and I know he's still there, so I really hope we don't meet. Years ago, when I was still a teenager, my friend Justin and I would often go longboarding at night, as my friends and I were quite the night owls. We loved the freedom of almost never seeing another soul on the roads, or the paths we frequented. Even when using main roads, it would be very rare to see a car out so late in such a rural area. You could see and hear them coming from very far away too, due to their headlights and the noise of the vehicle disrupting the peaceful silence of the night. We were really into it at the time and would often ride our boards for miles and miles, sometimes not even arriving home until well after the sun was up. One particular night, we decided to ride a few miles away from our usual back roads to take one of our favorite hidden routes. It began with this narrow paved path that was the only piece of land separating two sides of a very long lake. It would often sink under due to the rain, and we wanted to seize the opportunity to use it before it did so, and went underwater for a while again. It was roughly 2 miles long or so, and was extremely relaxing to ride through due to all the beautiful scenery. After making it to the end of the lake, we decided to continue moving and turn into a very close path that led directly into a densely wooded wilderness preservation. As we came up to the first hill, we looked down at the bottom into the blackness. We both noticed what appeared to be a tiny moving ball of dim light down there. It moved so strangely, and it was extremely difficult to make out what it was. Rather than shine our flashlights down, though, we curiously watched it for a few moments, whispering to each other about what we thought it could possibly be. All at once, though, that small light turned into multiple blinding lights and extremely loud revving sounds, overwhelming our senses that had become accustomed to the dark and silence. Acting purely on fear, we instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could, hearing yelling and revving gaining behind us. By sheer luck, we managed to run off the path into a very dark, very overgrown hole, right in the side of a hill overlooking where we had just come from. We decided to hide in that natural dugout of this hill, hoping the plants and darkness would be enough to protect us from whatever was happening out there. We watched as our pursuers rode up to where we had originally been standing. There were 4 men in total, 2 on 4-wheelers and 2 on full-sized motorcycles. They were yelling at each other about something, but we couldn't quite make out what they were saying due to the distance we had covered. We felt safe enough to whisper very softly to each other, though, and speculated who these people might be. Our first thought was that they might be park rangers of some kind. Although, we had never actually seen one here in the many times we had been through, and honestly, we doubted that this county even had the budget or desire to have anyone patrol that deep in the woods at night. Beside that, these men were on vehicles entirely inappropriate for the paved bike trails, and they were certainly very angry about something. As they called out more, we began to make out some of the things that they were saying. We know you're out there. We can see you. Come on out." We stayed silent and decided to call their bluff instead of running. Eventually, we heard one of the men clearly yell, "Find them now!" and smash a bottle on the ground. That had erased any hope we had that these were just park rangers. We watched them split up, each going a different way down the series of paths on their vehicles, including the path we had come from. It took us what felt like ages to even gather the courage to move. We were frozen in terror inside that dugout, watching the lights from the vehicles travel through the woods and paths, already coming full circle and passing the point they started from. I thought about calling for help, but I was too afraid to open my phone and feared that even the smallest amount of light would give away our location. After waiting for the lights of the vehicles to reach their farthest distance yet, we finally summoned the nerve to get up and try to run somewhere far enough from these people to safely make a call. We ran as hard and fast as we could through the woods. Since their headlights gave away their location on these paths, we would hide again whenever we felt they were getting too close. Our available hiding spots were getting progressively worse as the woods became less dense though, and the fear I felt waiting for one of them to drive past us, while basically only being covered in leaves and plants, is still completely unmatched to this day. Finally, we emerged from the woods onto the intersection of two main roads, very far from where this had all started. We ducked down into the ditch and took the opportunity to call for help. When I opened my phone, I had noticed recent missed calls from one of our other friends, Connor, who we were supposed to meet up with after our longboard excursion. I called him frantically asking where he was. Luck was with us again. Apparently, he hadn't given up on our plans despite us ignoring him, and was actually only a few miles away and already heading to our direction. I gave him the names of the two streets we were near the corner of, and explained we needed to be picked up right now. He agreed to speed over to us while Justin and I waited in hiding. Thankfully, Connor arrived before any of those men could find us. We bolted into the back seats of his car, yelling for him to get out of there, and he took off right away. Relief doesn't even begin to describe what I felt, safely being driven home after everything I had just experienced. After explaining everything that happened to Connor, we ended up just moving on with our night and decided not to call the police. We figured those men would be long gone by the time any officer made it out there, and we would only be putting ourselves at risk by admitting to breaking the law by taking those paths so late at night. I still have no idea what happened or who those people even were. I've been told all kinds of theories from friends and family that have heard this story. Some think we walked right up to a huge drug deal. Justin and I later admitted to each other that when the revving started and we couldn't see, our minds both went straight to chainsaw-wielding horror movie serial killer, so I suppose it could have been much worse. Frustratingly enough though, whatever those men thought we saw that made them want to catch us so badly, we never actually saw what it was. We'll never really know what all that was for, I suppose. So first, a little bit of detail. I work in an office that's connected to a bank. The building itself sits on the main campus of a very large retailer. The people who frequent this branch tend to be from the surrounding low-income, high-drug-use neighborhoods in the area. We have separate entrances, but ours just looks like a secondary entrance to the main bank doors. There are 4 people that work in our office. My office is the first you see when you come in, and there's a sliding glass window that looks into my office from the front door. I'm 4'11" and weigh about 115 pounds. I'm in my 30s and I'm also female. My state does not require a permit to conceal carry, so my loving husband bought me this beautiful pistol and a purse with a hidden holster. Usually I'm never without this purse unless I'm not allowed to have my weapon on me. We don't have customers that come into our offices really. We're an online-only company. We don't have a receptionist either, as only people who make deliveries ever come into our office. We have big block lettering on the door that states our company name as well, so there's no way it could be misconstrued as the subsidiary of the bank. There's even a big staff and delivery entrance only warning too. Unfortunately though, we also open an hour earlier than the actual bank. I got to work recently and noticed a car parked in the lot with a white male in his late 40s, sitting there in the driver's seat. He was parked so close to the bank, I assumed he'd seen the hours there and was trying to decide on what to do. This wasn't too uncommon to see in the mornings. He saw me walking up to the building though, and very quickly got out of his car. He immediately told me I was a godsend and was so grateful someone was at the bank early so he could get his funds as quickly as possible. Immediately, I went into my standard stance. "I'm sorry, the bank is closed and we don't really have anything to do with them," I said as I nodded towards our entrance. He looked quite skeptical but said okay and climbed back into his car. I unlocked our office door, and as I was waiting for my code to be approved in the alarm system, I saw this man begin to get out of his car once more. He walked right up to the bank doors, peered inside, and then walked back to his car once more. This time, though, I noticed he was starting to act quite agitated and twitchy. Sadly, we see this around here quite a lot as well. I was usually only 5 or 10 minutes early though, so I was really not too worried about this guy. The next person who usually arrived to work was this huge guy who was a karate instructor with a 4th degree black belt, so I wouldn't have to wait long for someone else to be around. I had just signed into the network and was going to get the Keurig heating in the break room when I heard the alarm tell me that someone had just entered. I assumed immediately that it was the IT guy arriving for work, and I didn't bother looking. None of us are morning people, so no one really greets each other right away. As I walked out of the break room though, I noticed that the man from the car was now standing in the entrance. I walked into my office and opened the window. He said he knew we weren't actually the bank, but perhaps I knew how to get a hold of someone in the case of an emergency. Well, sorry bud, but we have nothing to do with them, period. He started to get a bit upset and even look at me skeptically, but walked back out the door. I closed the window, but just as I was sitting down, I heard the door open once more. I look up. The same man again is opening my window. I quickly go back and tell the man to get out of our offices. I realize now he was definitely needing money to score, as I recognized the look in his eyes. Well, crap. He started demanding I stop lying to him, and he wanted his money right now. He knows I'm with the bank. I can get him his money. I'm obviously just being lazy. I point to the door and say we're a different company clearly. He needs to leave right now. He was close to 6 feet tall and very skinny. I was not even going to consider leaving the safety of my office. My door was always closed. He was getting more and more agitated, screaming at me to stop being so fucking lazy. Get on the computer and tippy-tap the fucking keys to get his money right now. He started to pace a little back and forth, bouncing on the balls of his feet. He suddenly takes out a steak knife and points it at the window. He says again to get him his money or I'll be very sorry. As I round the desk to sit at my computer, I grab my purse and lay it in my lap as I sit down. My computer was already loaded up, but he didn't know that, so I told him he had to wait a bit until I could get started. I unzipped my purse, pulled out my cell, and silently dialed in 911. He couldn't see my lap under the desk, as I kept repeating that the computer would take a while to load up. I have a flap that covers the screen on my phone, so I flipped it over and left it on. I spoke loudly and repeated to the man that he was making a mistake. "Sir, this is so-and-so, and we're an office from a different company, right next to XYZ Bank on ABC Company campus." I then took out my gun, turned the safety off, and slowly stood up, revealing it with both hands. I told the man to get his knife out of my face and to get out of my building immediately. Honestly, my heart was pounding in my ears, and I was doing my damnedest to not let my hands shake all over. I was so terrified in that moment. Sure, I had it on me, but never in my life did I think I'd actually have to brandish my pistol at anyone. He went even more pale than he already was. He didn't even grab the knife he'd dropped. He just turned to race out of the building and ran smack into the chest and arms of the IT guy. The IT guy saw the knife on the windowsill and had come in to intervene. He was far stronger than the tweaker though, so the IT guy just grabbed him and held him in a really strong bear hug. I put the pistol down on my desk, got on the line with 911 to make sure someone was coming, and walked out the front to make sure IT guy didn't need any further help. Then I sat on the low wall in front of our building and did everything in my power to slow my heart and stop my hands shaking. About a minute later, I was leaving my breakfast in the bushes. The police came and arrested the man, and took my and my coworker's statement. Apparently, IT guy had seen the guy walk into our office, but figured he'd just leave when I told him we couldn't help. He got suspicious when he'd noticed the man was inside for too long. He'd walked over to the guy's car and written down the tag. He was just walking up to our door when he saw the knife, but the guy was already running towards him. Just a couple hours later, one of the cops who'd been there that morning came back by. He said he wanted to let us know it was a guy who'd been wanted for holding up a gas station earlier that morning. And no, he didn't even have an account with the bank either. He'd planned to rob them too. I've taken the concealed carry course and I know how to handle a weapon. I never had to reveal my weapon before though, and I pray I never will have to again. Seeing so many other people's stories has made me think about my own experiences, and I can't get this one out of my head, which happened to me, 25 and female, around 5 months ago. I thought, why not share? For a bit of backstory, relevant to why I didn't freak out sooner in this instance, I live in a very big city, which is mostly a fairly friendly place. Like all cities though, it has some rough areas. There are 2 main spots that are known to be particularly rough, and for the first 14 years of my life, I lived in one of those areas. Though it can naturally be a bit uncomfortable, I tend to be pretty unbothered by drunks, addicts, or creeps talking to me in the street randomly. Anyway, I moved from one rough area and moved to a safer one, but it was still very near the other arguably worse rough area. I know both of these areas pretty well too, which definitely helped me escape what happened 5 months ago. Around that time, I had a lot of stuff going on in my personal life, and was going through phases of bad anxiety as it was. I had to make the decision to take some time off of work, but I wanted to try and stay in a routine at least to be a bit productive. What do productive people do? They go to the dentist way past when they should have, so I made my appointment, and when it rolled around, I walked all the way there. My dentist was in the rough area I now live close to. On my route home, I'd have to walk past a pub on a main road which had a super bad reputation. Anything you can think of, it's happened just in or outside of this pub. Stabbings, shootings, drug raids, kidnappings, the lot. How it's still allowed to run, I have no idea. Anyway, as I'm walking by, I noticed someone sat on the bench outside. I had my headphones in, but seeing him saying something, I assumed he was asking me for a lighter. I took one of my earphones out. Instead, though, I noticed he was asking if I wanted to join him for a drink. This was about 11:30 in the morning, by the way. I slightly laughed and said no thanks. As soon as I'd taken a few steps away from the man, I immediately had a bad feeling, like something was just not right. As I mentioned though, I was going through a bad phase of anxiety, so I chalked it up at first to being that. After about 2 minutes though, I go to turn left, and I see the man is now walking in my direction out of the corner of my eye. I told myself there was nothing to it, but I took my headphones out anyway just in case. I was about to walk through a narrow road that led to a car park which was always very empty. All of a sudden, I could hear him shouting from behind me. "Hey, miss! Hey, I'm talking to you, wait up!" The usual stuff. You know, I'm not a creep, but you're way too beautiful to let go. I tried to stay polite, but I also made it very clear I was not interested. I have no idea why, but in that moment I seemed to have lost the ability to lie. So when he asked if I was single, I said yes. He even asked what I was doing that night, a Friday. I said I had no further plans. I 100% know in that situation I should have lied, and immediately as the truth came out, I was really annoyed with myself. But what can you do? He seemed to get the message. I said I really had to carry on walking, thinking that would be the end of it. I make my way across the big car park. Also worth noting here that I can only go two ways, the way I'm heading or the way back that I just came. At the end of this car park was a cycle/pedestrian lane that had a massive wall on one side, with two lots of steps leading to a retail park and bushes on the other side. It was super narrow. I get into the lane and hear footsteps like someone suddenly running. Probably just a jogger. I must be being paranoid. Until right behind me in my ear I hear a whisper. "At least give me your number." I finally started to panic and realized it was not my anxiety. This was shady as fuck. I did give him a number, but I changed some digits around. Of course, the guy proceeded to attempt to drop call me. Clearly, my phone didn't ring then, and he started getting very annoyed, saying I needed to give him the right number. He basically almost grabbed my phone out of my hand and stood way too close to me. He ordered me to type his number in and call him. Awesome. Now this creep has my number. Still not enough for him, I reiterate that I'm on my way somewhere and seriously need to get going. What happened next is honestly a blur. I must have had a massive adrenaline rush. He said something, but I can't remember what it was. I sort of blacked out. I remember he grabbed me by my elbow really hard. The next thing I knew, I was at the top of one of the sets of steps that led to a much busier and open space. I had obviously panicked and yanked my arm free and legged it. It was pretty impressive how fast I got up all those steps considering I hadn't been to the gym in months. Luckily, one of my friends worked in one of the stores in the retail park, so I sprinted over to it, looking over my shoulder the entire time. I found my friend visibly shaking. I can barely speak. She asks if I'm okay, and I just instantly burst into tears. I gather my thoughts and say what just happened, and try to downplay it saying I'm just being dramatic. The whole time he's calling my phone and blowing it up. She takes my phone, notes his number, and then blocks him for me. She took me to the staff room and convinced me to file a police report, which I did. Unfortunately, though, I found out street harassment is not actually illegal where I live. Because he made physical contact, it might not be a complete lost cause, though. The police told me they'd soon be in touch. Now fast forward until around 2 weeks ago. My mom's friend who knew about what happened sent her an article and asked her to show me. I genuinely couldn't believe my eyes. It was about a man who had followed a girl and then assaulted her in the same rough area. At the end of the article was a picture, and it was him. I haven't heard anything from the police, and since he had already been charged, I figured there wasn't really any need for me to contact them again. I wish they had taken what I said more seriously, though, as I specifically remember my friend saying someone younger or less used to that behavior might not have the courage to run away, or even be able to get away, which is what convinced me to file the report in the first place. My heart goes out to that girl, and although currently in jail, I really hope neither of us ever have to face him once more. His charge was pretty serious, so he'll be in there for a long time, thankfully. Actually, I just had a look at the articles again and saw that there were 2 victims. He'd received a few months for the second, but it was very similar to what I had experienced. He already pleaded guilty to both, but now I'm wondering just how many people he truly approached. It's bound to be more than just the 3 of us. It makes me real sick, and I'll definitely be getting back in contact with the police about my experience with him. So this happened while I was still living in St. Louis. I've since moved to Chicago. 2016 was a wild year for me, fully coming out of my shell and starting self-discovery. I found myself becoming more comfortable with using applications such as Grindr and Scruff to meet men online. I had a lot of social anxiety and had trouble meeting them elsewhere. One night I got a message from a seemingly average dude. He was very nice, super funny, able to hold a conversation, and was honestly not that bad looking. So I was a bit intrigued and kept the conversation going. There were virtually no red flags about him, and I ended up exchanging numbers with him. We started to get to texting, and after a week or so of solid conversation, we decided to meet up at this local cafe. I put on my best damn shirt, clean underwear, and hit the road right away. I was very excited. I was busy during the day, so we planned to meet at this local cafe at around 8 p.m. He didn't live in the city like I did, so he was a bit unfamiliar with the area. When we met, I was immediately enamored with this guy. He was cute, he made me laugh, and surprise, he was exactly who his photographs said he was. Nothing was strange about this guy. In fact, he was the sweetest cutie pie I'd ever seen, and I was digging him quite a lot. By the feel of things, he was digging me too. What a twist. At one point during the night, we were sharing memes with each other over the table. I showed him one of the funniest I had in my photos list, and he nonchalantly grabbed my phone from me to take a closer look. He started swiping on my phone for a solid minute. At this point, I didn't really think anything of it because I just assumed he was looking at the other memes I had saved. No big deal. He gave me back my phone and then proceeded to show me some memes on his phone this time. A man who has a folder of saved memes on his iPhone is a true godsend. Let me tell you, y'all, a folder for memes. Anyway, the night goes on and the cafe is now closing, so we decided to leave, and as we were walking out together, he asked if I still wanted to continue to hang out. I didn't exactly feel comfortable letting him know where I lived just yet though, so we drove around the city listening to music and talking a bit. You know, standard shit like that. It was again fairly normal, and we were laughing, joking around, and honestly having a great time. At one point during the night, though, he suddenly turned to me at a red light and asked, "Hey, do your roommates know you're on a date right now?" I laughed a bit at this and just said, "No, why? Are you gonna kill me or something?" I've read way too many true crime stories, so that was my immediate reaction. He just lightly said, "I would use them as an emergency backup if I were you." "Yeah, you're probably right," I shot back, and we continued on with the night. It was nearing midnight at this point, and I had to do laundry the next day, so I mentioned we should probably start heading home soon. He offered to drop me off at my house, but again, I didn't want him to know where I lived just yet, so I asked if he could drop me off at the train station instead. He politely agreed. When I got home that night, I was totally thrilled with how things had turned out. He was a total sweetheart, and I was really into him. I opened our conversation to shoot him a text message when I noticed at the bottom of our conversation was a notification. "You started sharing your location with," his name, "today at this time." I thought it was a little bit odd since I'd never used that feature, but I thought maybe I'd done it by accident and turned it off myself. I sent him a follow-up text message saying I had a really great time and would love to meet up with him again, but he didn't respond. I just assumed he was busy and started browsing Reddit like the senseless fuck I am. I woke up the next morning and prepared to do my chores, washing my bed sheets, buying groceries, going to therapy. The grocery store was my last stop. As I was ringing up all of my necessities, guess who was also in the self-checkout line? That same guy. Wow, imagine that, what a coincidence. He immediately came over and struck up a conversation with me. I thought this was a bit odd, as he'd previously mentioned that he did not live in the same city and wasn't familiar with the area either. The conversation was harmless though, so I let it slide a bit. A few weeks went by and the conversation started to dwindle. We started talking less and less. I was used to this happening, I guess, so I just let it happen without pushing too much for answers. Eventually, we stopped talking altogether. One night, I'm at home alone, sitting down watching cartoons, when there's a knock at the door. It was extremely late, so I didn't feel comfortable answering. I sat there for a moment, hoping whoever it was would just go away. They knocked again, more urgently this time. As I peeped through the peephole to see who it was, I could make out two figures. My heart immediately dropped. I recognized that guy in a hoodie hat combo. He had an extremely defined jawline, so I was immediately able to recognize him. I freaked the fuck out and called one of my roommates to come home, and that it was extremely urgent. When he finally did come home, he told me he hadn't seen anybody near the apartment complex, so I calmed down a bit and explained the situation. It was also during this calming down period that I realized he found out where I lived by that location sharing app. He turned on when he grabbed my phone while we were at the cafe. I didn't immediately turn it off when I got home, so he had plenty of time to figure out my coordinates, especially if he was watching the map immediately after he dropped me off at the train station. He never showed up again after this particular occurrence, and he never tried to message me again either. I also noticed that our conversations appeared to have been deleted from Grindr when I checked, so I assume he blocked me or something. I still have no idea what he was planning to do, but I assume he was at least going to try and rob me. It was a few years back. I was home alone with my daughter, who was basically a newborn. She was asleep in her bassinet beside my bed. I was in an old house alone, as my ex-husband was working nights at the time. My bedroom was on the second floor. It was around midnight when I woke up to give my daughter a bottle. As she settled back to sleep, I laid in bed scrolling on my phone, trying to get myself tired again. I'm cautious about believing things people post on Facebook without sources, but I'd noticed that a few people had made the same post, and I came across an article stating that there was a murderer on the run. He had killed a man in the next town over from me, and was now running from police. It said they were advising people to stay inside, lock their doors, and some even received phone calls as well. Now, stuff like this was a very rare happening around where I lived. So of course, I was freaked out. I texted my ex-husband at work, who had a hard time believing this story. He told me to keep my police scanner on at night. I fell asleep. I'm not sure how long I was asleep for, but suddenly I was woken up by officers on the scanner screaming, "Shots fired!" I had a hard time distinguishing what I was hearing on my phone and what was going on outside. The rapid gunfire started and sounded like it was right in the street just outside my window. It took me a moment to register the noise as shots to my virgin ears. All of a sudden, it was like time suddenly slowed down as I rolled off my bed and grabbed my daughter tight. I remember running into the hallway in what seemed like slow motion, blurry tunnel vision with her away from all the windows, screaming what the fuck is happening in my head. I shakily dialed my ex-husband at work, and he still wasn't really believing what was going on, so I yelled and called my mom instead. I just wanted someone to talk to, so I didn't feel so alone and scared. I kept telling her there was shooting outside and I was sobbing, so maybe she didn't understand me in her half-awoken state of mind. I don't even remember what happened after she realized what I was saying, because suddenly I was hanging up and putting my phone on the floor. I stayed in the hallway for I don't know how long, clutching my still sleeping baby, who had somehow managed to rest through all of this chaos. My body was in vibrate mode. Sometime later, my phone was ringing. It was my mom. I could barely focus enough to listen, but I thought she told me she was coming over, so I told her to stay home or she was safe instead. She was yelling at me that she was already on the road, but the police had completely blocked it off. Turned out they had shot the suspect and he was already dead. When my mom came up to the front porch, we saw wet, muddy footprints coming up the steps and smeared on the door like he had kicked it or something. I'm wondering if maybe that's what woke me up at first. By the time my mom got to my house and came inside, it was 5 a.m. It was winter, so it was still pitch black dark outside. We sat quietly in the bright kitchen, tiredly sipping coffee and passing my daughter back and forth to each other. My ex-husband arrived home shortly after and believed everything once he saw all the cops and the road blocked off as well. Long story short, this man had killed someone in the next town over from me, about 3 to 5 minutes away. He ran to my town, through my backyard, to the road through the trees, and killed another person in the house in back of me. That's when the cops showed up and he began to shoot at them, so they all shot him at once. That was all the gunfire I'd heard. He laid there dead in the measly patch of woods in the back of my house. I had goosebumps thinking about all of this murder taking place right next to me as I lay there in bed. When my mom left and my ex-husband put our daughter back to sleep, I stepped outside onto the back porch to smoke a cigarette. 8 months smoke-free. I stood there smoking and watching all the lights, a stark contrast against the early gray morning. It was cold. That afternoon, I ended up having to block multiple news reporters for harassing me to tell my story. I told them I had no problem with doing so in more detail, but I did not want to be on television. I had not slept since and had my daughter with me as well. They said they wanted to catch her on camera too. After denying them, they kept asking if I was at work and if they could come to my work to do the interview instead. So I ended up blocking everyone and tried to move on with my life. So right off, I'm not going to lie. I basically went to college to smoke weed and go to parties. My full intention was to do just enough to get by, while partying as much as I could. Unfortunately for me, I only applied to a few schools because of this, and was only accepted to one, a small college in the mountains of New Hampshire. It was a very small college as well. Around 3,500 total undergrads, and I went there not knowing anyone. On the first day, as I was skipping the ice-breaking games and other students were giving tours of the campus to their families before leaving, I wandered down a small path behind the cafeteria toward a small stream I had noticed during the drive-in. I lit up a joint and was just meandering around when I noticed another dude a little further down the stream that cut a straightish path through the trees. He was also smoking a joint, I assumed, by the way he was holding it. I made my way over to see if I'd just made my first college friend, and introduced myself readily. His name was Nate, and he seemed very cool. He was smoking some real nice herbs, so I figured I would get along with him just fine. He stood about 5'5" and was a little bit stubby. I remember noticing he had this really weird laugh, like a very nervous type. Whenever he laughed too, he'd kinda look off to the side, then glance back at me from his peripheral vision. Yes, I knew this was weird even back then, from the very first time I met him, literally within the first 30 seconds of introducing myself. At the time though, I thought he was just socially awkward. Maybe he had bad teeth or something, who knows. I was taught not to judge, and he was otherwise pretty normal. We ended up hanging out fairly frequently, playing video games, drinking, smoking, but other people, especially in my dorm, didn't really seem to take a liking to him. Not that I really felt I had a strong bond with him either. I really didn't. It was a very superficial friendship built around drugs and debauchery. But I definitely got the sense that any other friends I made weren't very comfortable around him. Then something weird happened that I managed to successfully forget about until fairly recently. My heart is pumping out of my chest even just typing about it. So one weekend, my roommate was home for a visit, and Nate's roommate was having his girlfriend over, which basically implied in college terms that Nate was going to be staying with me. It seemed almost automatic. We got trashed, smoked a ton, grabbed some pizza, played some video games. I was pretty out of it by that point, and we were both sitting in desk chairs in my room, passing a bowl back and forth. He handed one to me, leaning toward me in his chair, put his hand over mine casually, and in a low, steady voice said, "I'm going to fucking kill you." Okay, so like I said before, we were all kinds of messed up, but I was definitely freaked out a little inside. He had never been aggressive before, even at his most intoxicated. Certainly he'd never said anything like that. I've never been the type to handle confrontation very well, so all I could manage was a simple, "No, dude, don't do that, bro." I sorta laughed it off and tried to write it off as a drunk, stoned idiot playing too much Mortal Kombat. We had a bunk bed set up in the room since it was pretty small. I was on the top since my roommate was a bigger guy and didn't want to have to climb down on top of me to pee in the middle of the night. We had both gone to bed, but my roommate had put up Christmas lights that we always just kept on, strung along the ceiling. I'm half deaf, I should add, so when I sleep I tend to roll onto my functioning ear to block out the sounds or muffle them in the pillow. This also means I tend to be a pretty heavy sleeper. Sometime during the night I woke up, feeling a little bit nauseous, and slowly opened my eyes. Nate was fucking standing on the edge of his mattress, holding onto the side railings of my top bunk, and staring directly at my face as I was sleeping. What the fuck? My eyes snapped wide open, and I sat up immediately. "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" I said, backing up and bumping my head on the wall behind me. Then he turned his head and gave me that same look from the corners of his eyes, that same smile and laugh that freaked me out the very first day I met him. He was still holding the railings, standing on the mattress from the lower bunk. His face was lit in weird splashes of color from the Christmas lights. He took one hand from the railing and put his finger to his mouth while smiling, looking at me sideways, and whispered, "Shh," before hopping down and leaving the room. It was 3 a.m., and I don't know where he went that night. I never told anyone about that, and pretty much did my best to bury it and never think about it again. I avoided Nate for the rest of the year as well, making up excuses whenever he wanted to chill alone, but we did end up at the same parties sometimes. We never talked about that, and he never brought it up again either. I transferred to another school the following year, not because of Nate or anything, just general financial reasons. Eventually, I did manage to forget all about that weird incident. That was 15 years ago. I'm 33 now, and recently got a call from my old roommate from school in New Hampshire, who remembered my very repetitive phone number. I actually made a song out of it since it was so easy to remember, and I never really bothered to change the number. "Hey man, you remember that guy Nate you used to hang out with at the dorms? He killed 2 of his friends with a hunting knife and a fishing line on a camping trip a year ago. Said he was too fucked up to control himself. He was fixing his meds with booze and drugs. They say he just lost it. The thing that fucks with me is wondering if he told them he was going to kill them too, and if the last thing they saw was that sideways smile that I saw when I woke up that night." So, I've kind of been wanting to post this for a while, but a combination of technical difficulties and residual fear have prevented me from doing so thus far. Now though, it's the middle of the night and I've got nothing better to do, so I'm going to finally get this off my chest. I grew up with parents who were reasonable, loving people, but more than a little bit paranoid when it came to the internet. Anything that allowed anonymous communication in any form was banned, point blank from the household. Even Club Penguin wasn't allowed because you could chat in it. Naturally, when I got my first laptop at 12 years old, a junk piece of crap gotten only because all my homework that year was online, the very first thing I did was start trying to talk to people online. I mean, I wasn't hopping in random chat rooms or anything because my parents' warnings did resonate with me, but I wasn't avoiding all contact either. Instead, I ended up making a DeviantArt account. I know, cringe. I didn't do very much posting, as I lacked artistic talent. In spite of this, however, I was contacted via private message by a guy who I'll call Joker, because his profile picture was of the Joker. Maybe that should have been a warning sign in and of itself, honestly. Joker just started talking to me out of the blue. I think I'd commented on one of his pieces or something, and he reached out to me to thank me for my kind words. From there, we started talking. As it turned out, we actually had a lot of common interests. We played some of the same games, liked the same cartoons, and he seemed like a really nice guy. I think it was maybe a week or two in that the first uncomfortable thing happened, even if I didn't exactly think much of it at the time. The two of us shared a somewhat misanthropic view of the world, so there were a lot of dark jokes passed back and forth between us. Sometime about a week after we first started messaging, he casually mentioned thinking that the world would be better off without him. I sent him a sad face and assured him that it would not, as I quite liked talking to him. He didn't say anything more about it then, so I assumed that would be it. Of course, it wasn't. Joker talked about suicide a lot. As in, his talking about it quickly morphed from passing commentary to long graphic rants about how much he hated himself and wanted to die and what method would be best for him to do so. I spent hours talking him down over chat, terrified that one day I wouldn't be able to say enough and he'd actually go through with it. Eventually, though, his messages started getting creepy in an entirely different way. It started with him telling me how grateful he was to have me, how no one had ever cared as much about him as I did, how important I was to him, how he couldn't ever live without me now, how he'd just die if he were to ever lose me, and he began to get obsessed. One day, a couple months into this, my laptop broke. It wasn't too bad, but it still took a couple of days before everything was back in working order. I logged back into DeviantArt, only to find dozens of messages, all from Joker. They started off normal enough, but very quickly became frantic after I didn't initially respond. The last message he had sent was along the lines of, "I can't take this anymore," followed by a link to a picture image. The image was a pair of slit wrists. The cuts were deep and fresh-looking too, with red inflamed edges. The beginnings of an ugly scabbing just beginning to settle over the top. I was horrified. I quickly messaged him back, terrified I'd just lost a friend, and he responded very quickly. "I thought I'd lost you," he said. "I thought you'd left me. I couldn't handle the pain without you. Don't ever do that to me again." I said I wouldn't, and he seemed relieved. He only got even worse from then on. It reached a point where practically every hour of our every conversation consisted of him either professing his obsession with me, threatening suicide, or both. The stress was starting to keep me up at night. I was terrified that one day soon I'd open the chat and never see anything again. I was utterly convinced it was my job to keep this guy alive, and I was obviously failing miserably at it. Joker kept on escalating until one day, nearly a year in, he finally said something that frightened me so badly, I had no choice but to leave. He started talking about how I was the only good person left on this miserable planet. He waxed poetic about how much he wanted to kill himself and said he'd finally found a way to truly be happy. The only way he'd ever be able to find happiness was through killing himself and taking me with him. That way we could always be together, free from the cruel weight of the world. He started going into very detailed, very graphic plans of how he was going to kill me. Quite a few of them involved carving out my heart, clutching it to his chest and laying beside me as he took his own life too. I was terrified, enough so that I did what I should have done a long time ago and deleted that account. For years following that incident, I never spoke to a single person online. Even to this day, actually, there's still a lingering sense of dread when it comes to online interaction. So, to the boy who I thought was my first internet friend, I don't know what your deal was, whether you were mentally ill or purposefully malicious, or maybe a combination of the two. But whatever the case is, I hope you've gotten the help you clearly needed, and I never want to see you again. So, when I was in high school, it was my senior year. I was about 5'3" and 95 pounds as well. I was at the park just down the street from my house, waiting for the school bus to arrive. Usually my boyfriend who had just graduated would drive me to school, but he was busy that day. I later found out he was out cheating instead. Well, there was usually at least a few of us girls there waiting, so normally I'd be safe. But this day I was the only one there. So I sat at a bench and had one headphone in and one out so I could pay attention to my surroundings. I'd always been cautious of what was going on around me. Well, as I waited there on that bench, a black Honda suddenly pulled up and I immediately noticed it. I kept a close eye on it because I had a bad feeling right away. I wasn't making it too obvious that I was watching though, because I didn't want to look crazy. But after only a few minutes, two huge men got out. I immediately texted my boyfriend that I was at the park, and these guys were creeping me out. Of course, he didn't text me back, so I copy-pasted the same text to my cousin who was home. At the time, I lived with my aunt and two guy cousins. Unwinding down from the night shift, I wanted someone to know the car make and color, plus it was two men. Didn't get a response from them either. Right as the men got out of their car, they started to walk toward me. I got up from the bench and walked toward the street because the bus was supposed to arrive there any minute. The driver actually ended up being a little bit late that day. As I stood by the street, these men walked up to me, and I could immediately feel the bad energy. One guy said hello, as the other one stood there staring me down. I just did a small smile and nod and looked away. Then, the same guy, I'll call him number 1, asked how old I was. I didn't respond. I could tell the other guy, number 2, was getting mad that I wasn't feeding into it. Then number 1 kept asking me yes or no questions. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you live close? Do you do drugs? We have some if you want them. Then number 2 asked me if I knew what the black market was. I felt a cold rush over my body, and I got the chills. Number 2, who was quiet the whole time, started to tell me they'd just gotten back from Russia, but the way he said it was so scary, so intimidating. I knew they were from somewhere else because they had strong accents, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly where. They kept telling me to go to their car because they had drugs on them. I said no thank you, of course. Trust me, I was not a straight edge in high school, but I was not that stupid either. I would never get into somebody's car that I did not know. Number 1 then asked if I had a car myself. I said no and that my bus was almost here and I had to go. By some miracle of the universe, the bus rounded the corner at exactly that moment and the guys backed off. They had been inching closer and closer as they asked me questions. Before the bus got to me though, number 1 handed me a card and said he had a car shop and to call him sometime if I ever needed anything. He even told me he'd give me a free car. The card looked extremely shifty and I didn't even want to touch it, but I knew I'd need that number to report it. I took it and they walked off super fast. Finally, the bus stopped and picked me up. As soon as I got on, I started to cry. I had a complete meltdown. It was like all of the adrenaline that was keeping my mind and body aware and focused while the men were there immediately washed away as soon as I was safe. My body and mind gave out. Thankfully, there weren't many people on the bus with me, so the driver calmed me down before we took off, and I explained to her what happened. When she looked around for the car, they were long gone. She said she'd seen them around me but thought I knew them because they were so close to my person. The driver called into her dispatch saying there was an incident so that they could notify the school. She continued to pick up all of the other students, but when we got to the school, she walked with me into the office. I was absolutely terrified to be alone. The principal came out and so did campus security. They were so sweet and gentle with me as they brought me back to the office. Both were men and they proceeded to ask me questions about the two guys, their car, what type of questions they asked me. I cried nearly the entire time. Then I pulled out the card the guy gave me and handed it to the principal. He looked at the security guard and said he was going to call it and act like my dad. So that's what he did. He put it on speaker, and number 1 answered. I knew his voice as if it was seared into my brain. It took everything in me not to have a panic attack right then. The principal asked the guy if he could get him a car at a good price, and the guy played dumb. The principal said his daughter, me, gave him the card. As soon as he said that, the guy hung up. They tried calling again, but this time the phone was shut off, then eventually disconnected altogether. I could see a shift in the principal and security as soon as the phone clicked. The security guard got on his phone and called the police and had them come out to the school. It was as if they finally knew it was real. My crazy story wasn't just made up. The principal excused himself and the security guard, and they talked outside for a minute in the hall. I could hear everything they were saying, though. She's lucky to be alive. This is serious. We need to call her parents to come get her right now. When the police got there, they came into the office that I was sitting in and asked me for the story again in front of the principal and security guard. I felt like they wanted to see if I was being 100% honest, so I obliged. The officers were straight up with me. They told me it sounded like they were watching us girls at the park because they chose that one day when one of us was alone. He also said the card was being used as bait to get me to go where they wanted. I felt sick. I couldn't breathe. The school called my aunt, but she didn't pick up. The only person that did was my boyfriend. One of the officers talked to him, and the other finally got a hold of my aunt after a while. My boyfriend ended up picking me up and taking me home, and I cried the whole time. When I got there, my grandma, uncle, aunt, mom, and cousins were all out front. The women were all in tears, and the men were livid, but they were all worried for me. A week later, some girl at another local high school was saved by other students. She was being dragged into a black Honda by 2 guys. The other kids thankfully saw and grabbed her and pulled her out of their car. The principal called me into his office, and that's how I figured it out. They also had the same officers there, and had me choose the 2 guys out of a picture lineup. I pointed them out so fast. They were caught, of course. It was in fact those 2 guys that tried grabbing that girl, only a freshman. I felt worried for her, and sad she'd gone through worse than I did. And I almost felt free again. Still scared, but not looking over my shoulder as often. I couldn't believe they actually managed to catch them. After that, my family teamed up to drive me to school for the rest of the year, and my boyfriend, now ex of course, also took me some days. I'm just thankful to be alive and well, and I'm even more thankful that that other girl was saved by those courageous kids at her high school. A few years ago, my friend Tez and I set out on the Great American Road Trip. We were going to drive from New York to Los Angeles, zigzagging throughout the country for 6 weeks or so. We were both in our early 20s at the time and pretty broke. As my mom had been a long-haul trucker, I suggested that to save a ton of money, we could sleep in the back of our hatchback. It was a pretty cozy setup actually. We bought some blankets and sheets at Goodwill and cut one of them up to make some curtains. By the end of the first week, we'd gotten so good at setting up camp we could do it in about 10 minutes. Luggage moved to the front, curtains up, laid down, and out for the night. We slept in parking lots, free campsites, rest areas, basically anywhere it seemed safe and at least semi-legal. There was never really a night, after the first at least, where we felt scared, until the last week of the trip in Arizona. We were near Flagstaff and had gotten pretty used to our routine at that point. We didn't go on a set schedule and would never drive more than 3 or 4 hours a day. No destination particularly in mind outside of a few must-see landmarks. We'd just drive to places we found the night before on Google and take some suggestions from other campers we'd met on the way, locals and other people too. We'd also gotten very good at making friends in that time. We went to Denny's with a group of rednecks we'd met at a campsite in the back of their pickup because I got hungry and overheard them saying they were going to go. We met an 80-year-old cowboy who took us out drinking and taught us to line dance at a country bar. "Hope you're still kicking around, Grandpa Mac," and played the guitar with some musicians in the middle of a big thunderstorm. We got fed breakfast and dinner by tons of campers who invited us to hang out with them, spent the 4th of July with a family who basically adopted us into their campsite, and basically every encounter we had with a stranger was a very positive one. This night didn't look to be any different. We found a free campsite on Google and drove out into the woods following our GPS. We were pretty far out of town, and something seemed a little bit off when we pulled up to this campsite. There was one RV parked there, and 2 cars further up into the trees. We pulled up near the RV, and a man opened the door. Tez waved hello to him, but he just stared at her. His expression was completely blank. Then, as if she hadn't ever acknowledged him, he just slowly closed the door again, staring at us the whole time. Figuring he just wanted some privacy and thought we'd be obnoxious, we pulled in further down the road and found a flat spot to park the car. Instead of our usual routine of setting up camp immediately while it was still light out, we goofed around for a while, smoking, laughing, and taking dumb fun photos of ourselves. Tez pointed out a campfire further down the campsite, and we decided to go be friendly. We'd met so many cool people in the previous 5 weeks after all by just going up and offering beer, or just offering a friendly chat, so we wandered over. Near the campfire there were 2 men, the owners of the cars we'd seen earlier. They seemed very friendly, so we sat down to chat with them. They were drinking and smoking, and we sat down and shared a beer together. One of the men seemed pretty off, though. We came to find that the 2 of them didn't actually know one another at all. The older man was definitely on some sort of drugs, spinning in circles and talking about UFOs. However, he seemed fairly harmless. This left us to chat with the younger man, who claimed to be a former park ranger. He was handsome and very easygoing, and we spent several hours just chatting about our trip, our families, basically everything. Then he started talking about the bear. He'd seen a bear earlier in the forest. Tez didn't believe him, so he pulled out his camera to show her photos of this bear. It was very close to the campsite, so we were both a little bit freaked out. It wasn't unheard of for one of us to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, so the idea of a bear hanging around very close spooked us. The ranger just laughed, and then his expression changed completely. It's hard to describe, but his voice turned very cold. He said, "If you get out of your car in the middle of the night, it's not the bear you should be worried about, you know." I kept waiting for the laugh, or for him to nudge Tez with his elbow and signify it was a joke. Joke's on the foreigner and the city girl, right? But he never did. I laughed awkwardly and made a dumb joke about serial killers in the woods. My friend laughed as well, and joked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We moved on to another subject, but within 5 minutes the ranger had come back around to it, and was talking about something grabbing us from our car in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to steer the conversation away from this, he just kept latching back on. Of course, the older man was as high as a kite at this point, staring off into the stars and not even talking. We just awkwardly laugh and sip our beer, and try to get the conversation going elsewhere. Then the ranger stood up and walked toward the cooler to get another beer. At this point it was pitch black out, and I couldn't see anything outside the circle of light from the campfire. The beer cooler was just outside of that circle. Suddenly, there was a red dot in the darkness. It took me a moment for me to realize that it was a camera. The ranger was now holding a camera and taking photos of us. I could see the screen on the digital camera lit up. Now, it wasn't odd for people we'd met to ask to take pictures with us. My friend Tez is gorgeous, dark hair, blue eyes, almost like a young Megan Fox, and we were very friendly. Plus, people like having pictures of themselves. It was an entirely different thing, though, to have this person standing in the dark taking photos of us without asking, or even indicating that's what he was doing. We were both staring at him like deer in the headlights at this point, but instead of realizing what he was doing was a bit weird, he checked his camera and adjusted to take some other photos, this time with the flash. Not asking us to smile, no proposing a group photo, no explanation at all. After this, he came and sat back down at the fire and didn't say a single word about it. At this point, Tez and I were mutually freaked out. We made some BS excuse that we needed to go set up our campsite and nope the hell out. When we stood up to leave, the UFO guy was actually very kind and smiled and told us to have a good night. The ranger, however, looked at us with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, "Be careful out there. There's more than bears in these woods." Every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't alone in my discomfort either, because Tez laughed a response out and pulled me away from the campfire very quickly. We rushed back to the car, which we only found in the dark by referencing that RV, and jumped in the front seats. My friend Tez was all but hyperventilating. "Why did he take pictures of us?" I was shaking. I responded, "I read that sometimes serial killers warn their victims or something." She stared at me for a moment and locked the car doors. "Do you think he just took victim photos of us?" We both freaked out. She was in full panic and turned on the headlights of the car. I immediately told her to turn them off, because now he knew exactly where it was. God knows why, but that's the only night we'd not set up camp yet, so we didn't need to tear anything down. We put the car in drive and floored it out of that campsite. As we pulled onto the dirt road, we could see the ranger walking out of the darkness towards our car with that same cold expression. So I'm gonna preface this by saying I am a terrible writer, so I apologize if things aren't perfect. I'm gonna post this a few places to see if anyone can help me understand what exactly happened these past few nights. I lived in Southern California my entire life. If you know anything about California, you know it's very diverse. Up north is filled with mountains and trees. The south is a lot more, well, city-like. This summer, I decided to take a trip to Lake Tahoe. It's a beautiful place, and it was my first time being upstate. I'm going to chop this story up into segments to make it an easier read. Day 1. I settled into the cabin at around 5 p.m. After an 8-hour drive. I was extremely tired. I went and laid down in the bed that was in the loft. It was so quiet. It was almost like being in a completely different world. I was so used to cars zooming by and people talking right outside my house, but here it was perfectly silent. I fell asleep fairly quickly. Around 4 hours into my sleep, though, I suddenly jerked up from my sleep. I looked around a bit before hearing this strange tapping. I looked around to see where it was coming from, but I couldn't find anything. It sounded, though, like someone was tapping on the window part of the back door. I figured I was just being paranoid since I didn't find anything, and fell back asleep fairly quickly. On day 2, nothing happened and I slept perfectly fine. Day 3, I woke up early in the morning, maybe around 4 or so. I'd heard a crash coming from the attic ladder that was placed conveniently right behind the couch I was sleeping on. I didn't dare move. I could hear footsteps coming behind me. You know that feeling you get when someone is staring at you? That's exactly how I felt in that moment. I was laying on my side just staring straight ahead when I felt somebody or something begin to crawl over me. I felt 2 hands on either side of me. I knew their face must be inches away from mine. Like I said, I was facing straight ahead. There was no way in hell I was going to have the bravery to turn my face and see who it was. It felt like they stayed there like that, hovering over me for what felt like forever, until I felt them suddenly crawl backwards and then off the couch. I heard the dog let out a muffled bark, to which someone shushed her, and then let out a small, "Good girl." The presence stayed there for what felt like an eternity, until I heard footsteps going out the back door. Still, I hadn't moved at all. I was completely paralyzed with fear. Needless to say, I could not find a way to go back to sleep. I checked on my friends a bit later on when I felt the coast was clear. None of them had left their rooms that night. I told them about my experience, but they just said I was being paranoid. I halfway agreed with them myself, and our day continued on as planned. Day 3, later that day. After spending the whole day at the lake with my friends, we came back to a quiet and cozy cabin. The caretakers of the cabin had told us there was a river a bit farther back into the woods, about a 15-minute walk away. My friends decided to stay back and rest, so I took some bug spray and a small backpack filled with snacks and my phone. It was a pretty straightforward trail all in all. There was some tall grass on either side of it. It was a very thin path, but it was fairly easy to navigate. When I got to the riverbank, there were 2 picnic tables set out there. I didn't want to get eaten alive by mosquitoes, but for some reason I stupidly wore sandals for this walk. I put my bag on the table and started my walk back to the cabin. For some odd reason, though, I felt like the path now seemed different than before. What once seemed like a straightforward trail now seemed to be covered in rough terrain. I noticed as well the tall grass on the sides of the path had been disturbed too. It was as if a big animal had walked across it. At first, I thought maybe there was a bear or something, since the locals had told us that bears were a problem around this type of year. But the sheer size of the depressions made me second-guess that. I was a bit taken aback by everything. However, I continued and made it back to the cabin to grab some shoes. Then I went back to the river. I was a bit frightened now, though. I kept telling myself I was just freaking myself out. I should just enjoy the nature. I sat down at one of those tables and watched the peaceful river. After a while, though, it felt like there was something staring at me. I looked around, assuming one of my friends was on their way to prank me, but I couldn't see anyone around me. Across the river, I noticed that a bit of brush had been shaken up. There was a clearing in the bushes that was fenced off by 2 logs in an X shape. The longer I sat in that spot, the more and more worried I got. I couldn't help but start to feel like there was something behind that thick brush that I just barely couldn't make out. I went down to the river, hoping to come across anything. There was no fish, no frogs, no roads, just a bunch of mosquitoes, and a whole lot of them at that. Disappointed with the lack of finding anything really, I went to sit back at the table, and that's when I heard it. It was a noise I can barely even begin to describe. It was a scream, but like a gurgle, as if whatever it was had a mouthful of water. It was completely inhuman. I froze. In this moment, I should have been running for my life, but I just froze there. All of a sudden, I could hear rustling in the bushes behind me, those very same ones I'd had that feeling from earlier. Then again, that scream. It was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. I sprinted my ass through the forest. What should have been a quick trip back to the cabin was anything but. It felt like 10 minutes of full sprinting before I noticed that I was completely lost. I stopped for a few moments, frantic, to see if I could find anything that looked familiar. I saw a bridge I had crossed on the way there and started sprinting once more. I thought to myself, why won't this damn thing just kill me? I stopped for a good minute there. I could hear it still chasing behind me, as if whoever was doing this was playing a sick game. Every time I stopped, whatever was behind me would as well. Finally, I made it back to the cabin. Instead of going inside, I stood there on the porch in shock. I faced out towards the forest, and I cried. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I could feel whatever it was that was chasing me was just out of view. I didn't want to turn my back to it at this point, so I sat there for hours, silently crying, occasionally checking my phone, and of course afterward writing this. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Maybe it was a wendigo or a bear or a person, I don't really know. All I know is that I'll never be going back to that river again. If you could please shed some insight on what or who you think might have been out there, I would really appreciate it. These 2 days have just been too weird to not be connected at all. This story happened about 2 years ago while I was in university, working on my degree in biology. I had signed up for a trip to gather samples for an experiment some students in the ecology department were going to run. It required the collection of samples from several sites, so they recruited biology, ecology, and forestry majors to help them complete the sampling in a shorter period of time. The area my group was to take samples from was a few hours from my uni in the Pacific Northwest. There were 9 of us in my group, 8 students and a supervising professor as well. We got to the campsite in the late evening and set up our tents. One of the other students had brought this big container of split pea soup from home and was sharing it with the others on the trip. I don't really care for that sort of thing, so I declined the offer at the time. Everyone had some except me, one other student, and the professor. Turned out the next morning, the 5 students who had shared the soup weren't exactly in the best of shape. They were in the grips of some gnarly food poisoning and were in no shape to hike for 8 or 9 hours to collect the samples we needed. The professor who was supervising us had originally had some rules laid out, such as people traveling in groups of at least 2 and all returning to camp by nightfall. Now those rules had to be tossed out to make sure we could keep our timetable and collect all of the required samples. At this point, we were just told, do your best to complete the work assigned as long as you can do it safely. That morning, I set out for a very long day of hiking. After a mile or so, I ran into the stream I was meant to follow. I needed to travel about 4 miles upstream, stopping every quarter mile to collect samples of the water and soil. This meant I really had to hustle to get back before dark. About halfway through the day, though, I realized that was not going to happen. About 2 miles into my hike, I stopped for lunch, sitting on a log overlooking the stream. The scene was really peaceful, until I smelled the smell of cigarettes. It wasn't exactly the smell of a cigarette being actively smoked, more like the musty smell of a heavy smoker's car, where the butts had been left to ferment for weeks on end. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. I assumed the wind must have blown the scent of some hunter or hiker over to me, but minutes later, that smell still hadn't faded yet. The vegetation in the area wasn't that thick, but there were a lot of places for someone to duck behind a tree or a bush. I was very unnerved. Someone was apparently staying close enough for me to smell them for this long, without so much as a single word. I quickly packed up the trash from my lunch and continued my way up the stream. The musty cigarette smell went away for the next few hours. It wasn't until I arrived at my last sample location late into dusk that I smelled that smell again. The woods were really getting dim by this point. Looking back on it, it was a really stupid idea to stay out so late, as just hiking back to camp in the dark would be very dangerous, even without a cigarette-smoking stalker. Having just put the collection tubes away in my bag, I shined my flashlight around the darkening woods, looking for whoever was giving off that smell. I didn't see anything that caught my attention at first. It would actually be more correct to say I saw too many things in the dim light that may have possibly been a head sticking out from behind a tree or someone crouched low in the foliage. I didn't exactly like the idea of being in these dark woods with a stranger, who for the second time was lurking near me without revealing themselves, so I began to double time it back down the stream. I made much better time on my way back even though it was dark, because I didn't have to stop to take any samples. Even so, I didn't manage to get back till a bit before 10. I was the very last one to make it back, and everyone but the professor was already asleep. I didn't mention the cigarette smell to him because he seemed very tired as it was. He headed to his bed in the RV soon after I got back, and I headed back to my tent soon after. At some point during the night, I woke up needing to pee. I decided to head into the woods to do my business, as I knew some of the other students were still feeling ill and might need the RV toilet for more urgent matters than just having to take a leak. I had walked about 100 feet into the woods and found a tree and did what I needed to do. As I turned back to go to camp, though, something caught my eye. Somewhere off in the woods, I could see a tiny red glow. I was confused as to what it was until it flared momentarily, and I realized it was the cherry of a cigarette. I stood there for a while, watching that red ember glow fade, then move slightly closer to the ground as whoever was smoking would take it out of their mouth. Not being able to see this person, I assumed they were watching our camp. I didn't know if they had seen me make my way into the woods or not, as the fire had been doused and the moon was only half full, so there wasn't very much light around. I made my way slowly back to camp as quietly as I could and entered the RV to wake up the professor. I told him about the person smoking in the woods and the smell of cigarettes earlier that day. When we got outside the RV, though, the ember from the cigarette was gone. My professor woke the other student who hadn't come down with food poisoning, and we took turns watching over camp. I didn't see or smell anything else when I was on guard duty, and went to sleep when the professor woke up for his turn. In the morning, the professor, the other student, and I went to where I guessed the smoker had been standing the night before. Sure enough, we found about 10 cigarette butts on the ground, right next to a tree. The tree itself looked like someone had been twisting and stabbing a knife or other sharp object into it, as the bark and outer layers of wood had been damaged and chipped away. The professor decided that the group should head back that day, even though we hadn't collected all of the samples we were assigned, to be on the safe side. We packed up camp and drove down the thin dirt trail without incident. The second we got onto the paved highway, though, a white paneled van pulled out of a clearing just off the shoulder and began to follow us. The van stayed behind us all the way back, pulling off the highway when we did, taking the same surface streets that we did, and only stopped following us when we turned onto the road leading to our university campus. Everyone was freaked out by this, but it was around 9 at night on a weekend, so the security office on campus was already closed. We decided to unload the RV and call it a night, as the van had not followed us onto campus. I offered to help the professor catalog and store the collection tubes from our trip, so it was another couple of hours before I left the biological sciences building and started heading toward the dorm building I lived in. I stepped out into the cool night air and began walking, my professor having left the building in the other direction to get to his car and drive home. I was a couple dozen feet outside of the building, which was now locked, when I was hit with the musty smell of old cigarettes. I looked around, and about 25 yards away in the darkness just off the footpath, I saw the cherry of a cigarette smoldering away. I was pretty scared at this point, but I hoped it was only a student or some faculty staying late and having a smoke. I couldn't completely convince myself of this, though, as the musty smell was the same as what I'd smelled in the woods that previous night. I started down the footpath, and soon passed whoever it was that was smoking. 100 feet or so later, I peeked over my shoulder, only to see the cigarette cherry bobbing in the darkness. The smoker was clearly following me. This creeped me out a bit more, but still I held it together. That is, until I rounded a small stand of trees and saw a white paneled van parked alone in the lot. I took off at a sprint towards my dorm building. I looked over my shoulder a few steps into my run and saw the cigarette fall to the ground and a dark shape begin chasing after me. I didn't dare to look back again, but I could hear someone running in the grass just off the footpath. I got to the entrance of my dorm building and frantically waved my keycard in front of the card reader that controlled the door lock. As soon as I heard the soft beep, I opened the door, jumped through the doorway, and shut the door quickly. I stopped and peered back through that glass door. I saw the dark shape stop just short of the lit pathway. I watched for a minute or two. Then I saw the spark of a lighter. The light was just barely bright enough to illuminate a shaggy beard and the brim of a baseball cap before it disappeared and was replaced with the red glow of a cigarette. I turned and headed up the stairs to my dorm room. By the time I got to my window overlooking the same yard I had just run through, there was no trace of that dark figure or a cigarette cherry. After that, I didn't see the white paneled van ever again, or smell that same cigarette smell, and I hope I never do. I've commented the short version of this once before, but I'd like to share it with more people. This experience was legit one of the most terrifying things that's happened to me walking my dog, and he's done some pretty weird stuff, like pulling a used condom out of a bush and whipping it around like helicopter blades. Back in 2015, I had the choice of getting a dog or getting a smartphone. I'd never had a dog in my life, or a decent phone, come to think of it. I'd been saving up for a phone anyhow, so naturally I picked the dog. My dad knew a feller who had a couple of border collies that had recently had a litter, so we drove out, and the dude gave me the last pup. Enter Bailey. A couple of weeks after he got his shots, I started walking him. My parents figured I was going to be hanging out at the local park with my new pup, so I could get him socialized, but no. I chose to take him around the perimeter of a nearby farm to keep the farm dog in him. I'd been sneaking out to this farm for years. The farmer was an old family friend. My uncles had grown up working for him, so I knew if I was ever caught I could just drop their name and get off scot-free. On either side of the farm there was some thick woodland, which no one had ever given me a reason to be wary of. They probably should have, though. So, it's a sunny afternoon. It had been pouring down all week, and Bailey was itching for a good walk. I take him to the farm at our usual time, and we start making our way around to the woods on the east side of the farm. Everything was fairly quiet, but of course Bailey keeps darting away from me to explore. He's a puppy after all, that's kind of what they do. Of course, I'd been calling his name all the way around the field. We were about halfway past the woods. I could see the roof of the farmhouse over the next hill. Bailey's been pulling crap out of the bushes all the way along, and I'd just given him some trouble for rolling around in a pile of fox crap. That's when I heard a man's voice calling my dog by his name. This dude I didn't even know was now calling out my dog's name. I knew it was not the farmer because I'd met him at family events like barbecues and weddings before. I knew this was not what his voice sounded like. I went completely silent, but the man continued to call out for my dog. It sounded like he was deep into the woods and moving as well. What creeps me out the most was that he was calling out with such an excited tone in his voice. Bailey, meanwhile, was completely ignoring this guy and sniffing the now flat pile of crap. So I'm like a tiny 18-year-old girl. The most combat experience I have is a month of learning Taekwondo when I was 11, and I didn't have a mobile phone either. If that guy worked out where I was fucked. And if Bailey decided to go in after him, I was double fucked. There was no way I was letting a possible psycho get his hands on my puppy. I could either run to the farm, which wasn't too far away, or run back through the field towards home. I grabbed up my pup and sprinted across the field. Behind me, I could hear someone emerge from the woods, but I was already over the fence by then, and sprinting home with my puppy tucked under my arm. I went home and told my mom, but she brushed it off as just some weird drunk guy. A few weeks later, I'm at my uncle's house, and the farmer walks in. I told my uncle what happened, so he brought it up to the farmer as well. The farmer asked exactly which woods I'd been close to, and said that some of his clothes had gone missing from his washing line recently. He'd put it down to strong winds blowing them away, but now he was not so sure. I took him and my uncle to the exact spot the next day. All three of us go in and find a completely wrecked campsite. There's no clothes or anything, but the tent has collapsed in on itself. There's no fire either, but there are some empty gas canisters, like you'd use for a portable stove, and empty packets of food scattered everywhere. We reported it to the police, but nothing really ever came of it. Except that I got a phone not too long after, and keep it on me now whenever I go out. I suppose this is pretty ironic, given yesterday I made a post about them being super suspicious of the mailman. but I have two Australian Shepherds. One is my personal dog and the other is a foster dog. Both are roughly around 60 pounds or so. I took them on a walk today at a local wilderness area that consists of about 50 miles of trails in total. I've been there many times with just my dog and never had any problems. Anyway, we're walking down the trail and they do bark at a few people we see walking by. Every time I see someone, we step to the side off the trail and let them pass us by. I apologize to them, the person smiles and keeps walking, we all carry on with our merry way. That's how it usually goes. So when I see this one guy approaching and the dogs go immediately into alert mode, I didn't think very much of it. We just stepped off so he could pass us by. He gets right up to us and stops though, and leans in. "Oh, I don't think your dogs like me very much." I told him no, they're just nervous. I apologized for them being so loud. And at this point I was holding them by their harnesses so they were super close to me. They were just going absolutely crazy though. Angry barking, lunging, growling. I know that's not great behavior, but I couldn't really do anything about it in the moment. "I'm really sorry they don't like me. I'm so sorry." At this point, I was really weirded out because he'd not broken eye contact a single time and seemed rather unfazed by the dogs as well. I again told him it was okay, not his fault. I told the dogs, "Let's go," and begin to guide them away. The man calls out from behind and says he's going to keep moseying on up the trail. I say alright and tell him to have a good day, and we walk off in completely opposite directions. I thought it was a strange interaction, but hey, we can all be a little bit weird, right? So I tried not to think about it too much. About 2 minutes later though, suddenly I hear him calling out from behind me, and I turn around to see him swiftly approaching. "I really want to be friends with your dogs. I don't want to leave them on bad terms. I want to make lots of friends, you know," he says as he keeps walking closer and closer. When I come up on nervous dogs, I usually leave them alone, or if I do try to make friends, I squat down, talk gently to them, extend a hand. He never did any of this though. I swear he never even looked at my dogs. He was just staring at me the whole time. This time, the dogs were starting to go absolutely nuts again, but I didn't grab their harness this time. I let them have the full length of the leash to put some distance between us and the man. He kept yelling out repeatedly that he just wanted to be friends. I told him I didn't think that would happen. They just weren't there yet. He tries to approach still, but the dogs are having none of that. Eventually, he just says, "I'm sorry, I don't think they're going to be friends with me." But again, he's just staring dead into my eyes, not even looking at the dogs. I tell him no, they're not, and he won't be getting any closer to any of us. Finally, he turned to leave. I called my sister for the remainder of the walk. It can be annoying that sometimes my dogs freak out over the mailman or the neighbors or a knocking noise on the TV show. I don't know for a fact that this man today had any bad intentions, but I'm damn sure glad they were there and made it abundantly clear he wasn't getting anywhere near me. I'll probably try to work with them on calming down quicker, but I have no plans to let them befriend strangers at first sight. I've lived in 4 creepy and, I believe anyway, haunted houses. They all had some pretty horrifying things happen in them, but the third one was the scariest by far. I was in high school when me, my mom, and my stepdad lived there. I moved in with them when I was 15. My mom had just married him a few months before. Anyway, one night I noticed the doorknob on my bedroom door had started shaking. Like very horribly shaking. It was locked though. I thought perhaps it was a train passing by on the nearby tracks, but it kept on happening. I got scared then and thought that maybe it was my stepdad trying to be a creep. I didn't know him very well at that point in time. I started leaving it unlocked to try and see if it was him still trying to get in. Still though, even with the door unlocked, it would just keep on shaking. Then it began to happen day, night, basically any time I would shut that door. Sometimes I would get up at night to get a snack, since I had a hard time sleeping when I was a kid. I'd hear footsteps behind me, or the floor creaking. It was a really small house too, and I knew nobody else was up. It's not like there was anywhere to hide either. Sometimes I'd feel my shirt get tugged too, from behind. Just on the bottom of it though, like a little kid might do when they wanted to get your attention. The scariest two things, to me anyway, were one morning when it was winter, probably at 6 a.m., so still very dark out. I was in the living room watching TV and getting ready for school. My stepdad was in the back of the house in his room sleeping, and my mom was heading out the front door to work. She turned around and called out goodbye to me, and all of a sudden, both of us heard this little girl's voice, clear as day, shouting, "Goodbye." My mom looked over at me to see if I'd done that, and I told her no. Her husband came running up asking what happened, and my mom told him what we'd just heard. Then she said, "Well, I'm leaving now," and she left in a big hurry. The last scary thing that happened was our neighbor whose backyard was connected to ours came over to yell at my mom suddenly one day, saying what a shitty mother she was for letting my sister out all night to play on the swings. We had a rope tied to a tree that no one ever used. My youngest sister lived in another town with my dad, so my mom was of course really confused. The neighbor said she would go out to smoke at night and would always see a little girl swinging on the rope and laughing, and she'd see it multiple times whenever she went out. My aunt works at the city and did some research, saying that our house had been moved from another location. It was really, really old. So I don't know if it's haunted or what was up with that little girl or what, but it was pretty scary at the time. This happened at a large shopping center in Adelaide, South Australia a couple of months ago. For some context, it was around 7 p.m. on a late trading night, already completely dark outside. I was shopping with my partner and she had gone into a clothing store, both to make some returns and also to try on some replacement clothes. I knew this would take a bit of time, and I'm not overly interested in women's clothing, so I stood outside in the very busy center. I was responding to some work emails on my phone, paying very little attention to all of the people walking past. After about 5 minutes though, I was approached by a fairly young-looking gentleman, early to mid-20s at most. I'm only 23 myself. He had a very strong European accent, possibly French. He came up to me and said something along the lines of, "You were with a girl, yes? She was just looking for you. She came up to me, I think, because we're wearing similar shirts and thought you were me." Thinking back on it, other than the buttons, our shirts were not very similar at all. He told me she was really trying to find me, and made it seem like something was very wrong. He insisted he could take me to where she just went. I looked into the store and could no longer see my partner in there. It was a fairly small clothing store inside the center. You could see basically all of it from the outside. I found out later though, she was just in a changing room at that moment. I was extremely confused at the time though. My partner knows I would just aimlessly be pacing in circles outside, as I do when I'm reading emails. She would never walk off looking for me unless something was really wrong. Not to mention she also could have texted or called. Although very confused, he was moving away fast enough that I didn't really have time to ask many more questions, and not able to see my partner inside, he convinced me to at least follow where he was going. There had to have been hundreds of people around as well, so I wasn't particularly worried for my own well-being. As I followed this gentleman, I was leaving a good 2 or so meters between us walking behind. I don't remember feeling overly unsafe or concerned about being near him, just extremely confused and starting to get really worried. He could see that, and kept repeating something along the lines of, This isn't a joke. Please believe me. I just want to help. Come with me. She went this way. I saw where she went. We had only been walking for about 10 seconds, but covering a fair bit of distance from the store I was originally at. I kept trying to pry it out of him. Where was she going? What did she say to you? Sorry, my English isn't very good. She's just this way. We kept walking like this for another 10 seconds or so, before we reached the doors to the outside of the building. We were on a side of the center that had doors leading to both a car park and a large loading dock for one of the supermarkets. Although busy inside the center, there was almost no one around the doors going in or out. He walked straight outside and said something like, "She was just outside sitting on this bench. I don't know where she went." Other than a small bit of light under the cover where a bench was, it was completely dark as soon as you walked any further away. I started to walk up to the point where the automatic doors opened, but no further. I looked around, 1 foot outside and 1 foot in. "She must have gone this way. Come on, I'll help you find her." He started to walk to the left, which led to a dark and secluded loading dock, which was not visible from the doors. You could tell the urgency he was trying to convey to follow him. I was very unsure until that point, but as soon as that happened, I knew whatever he wanted me to follow him down there for was not any good. It was one of those moments where you suddenly piece it all together and realize how many warning signs you somewhat noticed but just ignored. Instantly, it felt like I was suddenly in danger. I remember saying, "All good, thanks, I'll just call her." I turned straight around and sprinted back inside. I turned around after a few moments, but he had completely disappeared. Although it felt like a huge amount of time, all of this transpired in about 45 seconds from when he first started talking to me. It was at that point I texted my partner, who let me know she was still at the same store I'd last seen her at. At the time, I told her I thought I was almost abducted. Perhaps a bit over the top, especially for a large 20-year-old bloke, I think. I'm assuming if I went down there, I was at least going to get robbed, though. I'm glad that hopefully I'll never know. I went straight to security and reported it. They took some details of where and when it happened, but they didn't seem very concerned at all. This happened 1 year and 2 days ago. It was the day I never expected to come. It changed my life in so many ways that I still feel like I can't digest it. I want to start by saying a little bit about myself, so you understand the context and why it was so weird and foreign for something like this to happen to me. I'm a fairly geeky guy. I love science fiction, video games. I worked at the time as a design engineer in a factory and spent most of my weekends with friends hiking, playing board games, or watching movies. So now you realize that nothing I did would attract the attention of the cartels. I don't have a lot of money either. I just live a lower middle class type life here in Mexico. But the real issue was my sister, who has a high-ranking position in the public security area of politics. That is the main reason I was targeted. It was a Tuesday early morning. I was on my way to work, which started at 6 a.m. I remember that day that I took my dad's SUV because they were away on vacation and I was supposed to pick them up at the airport after work that day. I lived about half an hour away from my work, so I left at about 5:25 a.m. every morning. When I was leaving, I saw a pretty shady SUV parked about a block away from my house. Honestly, after my sister took her job, I was more aware about these kinds of things that I saw out of place. I felt a bit paranoid now, because weeks before it happened that I felt like someone had been following me. So yeah, I passed by this SUV. I saw a guy in the driver's seat with a baseball cap over his face. I stopped for a bit and looked at him. He just looked down and covered his face even more. I honestly didn't think too much of it. My family had been telling me for weeks prior that I was just overreacting. No one was following me. I thought it was just some random guy who must be waiting for someone. I took off to work, and for me to get there, I have to go through a really ugly neighborhood. which is poorly lit and has a very bad reputation. I was on a 2-lane street that was only one way. I was in the right lane at the time. Just then, I saw a Jeep Cherokee speed by me on the left lane and continue on its way in front of me. When we arrived at the end of the street, I had to turn right to get to work. The Cherokee completely stopped in the right lane right in front of me, with its blinker signaling to the left. I found this weird, but I didn't want to be an asshole and honk at them. I wanted to at least give them a few seconds to move out of the way. While I was waiting, though, an Explorer came screeching up in the left lane and stopped right next to me. 4 guys jumped out of it with guns, and one with a baseball bat. The guy with the bat smashed my window and hit me in the face. Another put a gun to my head and said, "This is real, asshole. Get out of the car." Please understand that at that moment, I did not feel like they wanted to steal my car. I already knew they were here for me. If I knew they just wanted the car, I would have given it to them, but I pieced everything together. The cars that I felt were following me at night every day. That guy just sitting in an SUV outside of my place, and obviously my sister's job. I knew that if they took me, it would be torture, followed by certain death, and if they really wanted to kidnap me, they would not kill me. So I stepped on the gas. I smashed between the Cherokee and the Explorer and ran over one of the guys. I sped as much as the SUV could give me and honked so I could make a lot of noise and people would notice. My hope was to get to my workplace, which had private security, and call my sister so she could mobilize the police. With all of the adrenaline coursing through me, I passed the entrance to my work and tried to turn back, but I crashed on a corner. At that moment, I felt like my heart would burst out of my mouth. Everything was moving in slow motion. I tried to calm myself down. I breathed and checked through my mirrors to see if they were following me. I saw no one, only an empty street that was already lit by the morning dusk. The SUV was still functioning. I turned around and got to work. I yelled at the security guards to open the doors. I parked at the entrance, got out of the car, and called my sister. After that, I went inside and talked to my boss about what had happened, and went to the restroom to clean the glass and blood off my hair and face. When I came out of the restroom and out of the parking lot, there were about 10 cop cars outside my workplace. My sister had already told me to speak with a specific police officer and confirm his name. Everything went smoothly and I felt very safe and protected. After that, I moved into my sister's house, which had police guarding it at all times. I have bodyguards that are with me every time I go out now. This has cost me my job, relationships, lifelong friendships. Everyone's afraid to hang out with you when they know you're a target for the cartels, and it's understandable, but it doesn't make me feel any less shitty. Investigations continued through the beginning of 2017. I later found out through security camera footage that there were 3 SUVs in total, with 12 people trying to kidnap me. I found out the cartel that was after me was one of the most powerful ones in the world, and the person who was in charge of investigating my case was apparently killed. So right now, I'm working for the Mexican government. It's a low-profile job which does not pay much and does not attract too much attention. I've looked for ways to leave the country, but I don't have enough money or qualifications. I'm a college dropout. I'm still living with my sister, with people protecting me and my family 24 hours a day. The guys who tried to kidnap me are still at large. I'm trying to make the best of this situation. I've lost a lot of weight, I spend more time with my nephews, and recently got into a steady relationship. But honestly, I'm always on edge, and feel like I'm in imminent danger. I have a phobia that goes by a few names. Scopophobia, ophthalmophobia, basically the fear of being watched. I have this weird compulsion. Whenever I see a doorway, a window, or virtually any surface I believe someone could hide behind, I imagine a face peering out at me, staring at me. I imagine what I would do. What could I do? And you'll soon find out why I have this phobia. On to my story. I'll try my best to remember all the details. but my mind has honestly repressed quite a lot of it. Around June of 2016, my mother and I were living in a small apartment. There was no basement or attic, obviously, but there was one tiny crawl space in the closet floor of my bedroom. I never actually looked in it. I suppose some people would be overwhelmed with curiosity, but my mind had already imagined all of the worst scenarios. I decided to leave whatever dead bodies and ghosts were down there for whoever rented after us. It was a very nice apartment, actually. Small, but perfect for the two of us. We lived there for a few peaceful months, until the noises started. At first, it was nothing extreme, just the odd bump in the night, and particularly some scratching. My mom brushed it off as rats in the walls. As long as they stayed in there, I saw no reason to get rid of them. A week or two later, I had already grown used to all that noise. It became almost comforting in a way. After all, I never really liked complete silence. That is, until I awoke one night to a very different noise. A rolling sound, eerily similar to the sound my closet made whenever I opened it. I peeked my eyes and looked over, but I couldn't make out anything in the dark. I thought just maybe I'd seen something move, but I was well aware of how the mind plays tricks on you in the dark. There was only one way to find out. I turned on my lamp. I feel like crying just writing this out. It's been almost a year since I've had to recall this night. When I turned on the light, I expected to just see a closet full of coats, but what I saw was much, much worse. There was an eye. Not just an eye, but the entire half of someone's face, just barely visible through the tiny crack he had just opened. He didn't even react to being caught. No smile, no fear. He just sat there watching me. My heart had never beat faster than that night. I wish I had screamed, or maced him, or done anything. But I just stared back, frozen in time, until I couldn't hold it in anymore. I began to sob loudly. I think I tried to say something along the lines of, "What do you want?" but it was garbled by all my crying. He opened the door more. I could now see his entire body, which I don't care to describe, as I've spent 2 long years trying to forget that face. Shh. I lost my breath at that. Hearing him made it so real. I couldn't pretend this was some fucked up hallucination anymore. At this, I sat up and pressed my back against the wall. "It's okay. It's okay," my name. He said it so cheerfully. It gives me chills just remembering it. This is when I finally summoned the courage to run out of the room. This creep knew my name somehow. My fucking name. My mom, still half asleep while she called the police, thought I'd imagined everything. Of course, by the time the police actually got there, he was already long gone. All that was left of him was that damn crawl space. I still never looked inside, though writing this now, I kinda wish I did. Having some sort of proof of this would, I don't know, comfort me. At least everyone would know I'm not crazy when I tell this story. Apparently, he had been living there. For how long, I can't really say. But the officers who first arrived on the scene said there were tally marks inside the crawl space. I didn't ask them how many. I didn't want to know whether he was marking the days, weeks, or even years. I just wanted to leave that fucking apartment, and we did. The police never found him. Not for certain, at least. They thought they found a homeless man who matched his description, but he was apparently unresponsive. I've always thought they didn't take it all that seriously. They just thought he was a squatter, even after I told them that he somehow knew my name. They thought that given how long he had seemingly been squatting, maybe he had just heard it through the floorboards or something. Since that night, he has been the face I always see when there's an open door or closet. It's grown more distorted as time goes on, but I can always make out a part of his pursed lips, as if he's still shushing me, even now. It's gotten easier with time, but I don't think it will ever leave me completely. Anyway, I guess we didn't actually have rats in the end. My biggest mistake in high school was agreeing to take an AP physics class with the seniors. I was a rising sophomore at that time, so when I walked into a class with kids much older than I was, my teacher sat me next to the only other person there who was close to my age. He was a freshman, and his name was Josh. Josh was one of those people who gave off weird vibes. He had a sloppily shaven head, empty eyes, and ate warm Skittles in class. He was short but mean-looking, and the instant I sat down next to him, my teacher ordered us to exchange numbers and tried to make us start talking. For some reason, I really did not want to talk to him. I wasn't trying to be an asshole or anything, but he just kind of scared me. Sitting next to him, I felt what can only be described as sitting next to a hungry dog while you're holding on to a big piece of chicken. It felt like at any second he would jump on me, even though he was a good 6 inches shorter than me. It really freaked me out that he had my phone number and my name. Even though I didn't know the kid, I had a feeling that him knowing literally anything about me was not good. Luckily, he didn't talk to me for over a week, and after some time, I thought I was just being overly judgmental perhaps. Maybe he was just a socially awkward kid. One day, about 3 weeks after I started class with him, he finally talked to me. He asked something like, "You're that girl that drives the F-150, right?" I reluctantly said, "Yeah." He then told me that cars were a bit of a hobby of his, and he had seen me driving around and really liked my truck. Although I was caught a bit off guard, he seemed innocent about it and nice enough, and we started to kind of become friends after that. He started texting me a lot after school, asking me a bit about myself, and sharing a bit about himself too. Like I said, he seemed really innocent at this time, but still, for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that I shouldn't be telling him anything about myself, and I should not be talking to him. This average conversation continued for a month or so, until one day when I came home from work. I worked at a restaurant about 20 minutes away from my house, so when I turned off my phone to drive to work, I honestly wouldn't turn it back on until I drove home, as phones were prohibited at the restaurant. One week, I came home at 12 a.m. after doing closing shift. He had sent me several odd texts. They pretty much all consisted of, "I love you," and "I want to take you to homecoming. Please be my girlfriend." They all rubbed me the wrong way. He didn't really seem to be asking, so much as he was demanding me to have a relationship with him. I was kinda not comfortable with that. I ultimately friend-zoned him. I told him I was going to bed. His response was no. Just no. It freaked me out and made me really not want to go to class on Monday, but I had no choice. I had to go. He didn't text me for the rest of the weekend, and when I sulked my way into class on Monday, he gave me the same hungry dog stare from day one. I ignored him the whole class. I practically ran when the bell rang, and when I got to my car in the student parking lot, I saw him watch me drive away from the sidewalk. It freaked me out more than I'd like to admit, so I called one of my guy friends and asked him if I could drive him home from school so I'd feel safer, at least until creepy Josh would start being less creepy. He agreed, and we made an arrangement there and then. A lot of people thought I was overreacting, but I just knew in my gut I needed someone in that car with me, and this guy friend seemed like the right one. When I came home from work at 10-ish on Monday night, I opened my phone and saw even more texts from Josh. This time, they were much more predatory than the night before, as this night they were detailing how he would like me to perform sexual acts on him. I foolishly allowed this to happen for another couple weeks, feeling uncomfortable in class when it finally hit a breaking point. Josh started sending me texts about how if I wouldn't love him, then he had to die. At that point, I decided it was time to involve the dean, but she virtually did nothing. She basically explained that Josh was special needs and to cut him some slack, despite the predatory tone of the messages. She told me she would talk to him about it, but to not be worried because he likely wouldn't do anything. I was infuriated and told my dad, who told his army of Italian brothers, who all decided to keep an eye on him. The creepy messages didn't get any worse. Eventually, they stopped after I blocked his number. That, though, was when the really creepy shit started. The cameras outside our house started to pick up a person at night, someone very similar looking to Josh. He kept knocking on the windows, looking into my car, so my dad called the cops, who were actually pretty awesome and kept a lookout on my house for a while to deter those nightly visits. With a cop outside at night, the visits stopped, but my work started getting calls from Josh very frequently, asking when I'd be working. My manager ended up alerting security, who threatened him to stop calling. Then, Josh decided to start frequenting the restaurant where I worked every day and leave paper cranes on the table, saying, "I love you, my name," and "my boyfriend's name isn't good for you. I am." He started following me to class, to my car, to work. Even though I would always pretend he wasn't there and was still driving my 6'3" guy friend home, I refused to leave my house without a group of people and debated skipping prom and becoming a hermit because he was making me feel so unsafe anywhere. Eventually, my dad decided getting a restraining order would be a good idea. I did get one granted, so he couldn't walk near me or contact me for 5 years. Thankfully, this finally caused this year-long nightmare to stop. I didn't see Josh again until my senior year, when I was walking down the hall with my friends and he saw me coming, stopped in his tracks, and slowly watched me walk past him with that same hungry look that initially scared me the day I met him. You're probably wondering why he never got in any trouble when I contacted the dean and the police. Well, where I live, there's a bunch of laws that make it exponentially harder for someone with special needs to be punished for creepy behavior, even though they're just as capable to execute than the average person. The last time I saw Josh was on graduation, when I could have sworn he was in one of the front rows waiting for me to get my diploma. Although it's possible he was there for someone else, a part of me knows he was there for me. If there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that this can happen to anyone. I never thought this would happen to me, until it did and robbed me of my safety, my high school experience, and my peace of mind. Always trust your instincts on someone. You are not required to be nice to anyone who makes you uncomfortable. That leads me to now. I'm happy, in a serious relationship with an awesome guy, and in a weird way, I'm glad I was able to learn from this whole experience. This happened to me a few years back when I was in my early 20s. At the time, I worked in a department store at a makeup counter. This job relies heavily on good customer service and building relationships because you want people to keep coming back to spend money on your products. We're given personalized business cards so we can build our own client base, very important for a commission department. It's not uncommon to be familiar with the people who frequently shop the store, as workers, our training is focused on being friendly and accommodating. One day while I was working, I had to move to a makeup counter that wasn't my own to cover someone else's lunch break. It was a really slow day, so I was just leaning on the counter, sort of people watching. I could tell most shoppers were just browsing, so I kept to myself. One of the people I had noticed going around was a very tall and broad man. He walked very slowly, almost hunched over. His face was fixed very aggressively, like he was angry but focused on something. He circled around the counter a few times, but I could feel his gaze on me instead of the products. After a few rotations around the department, I decided to greet him in case he needed any help. It wasn't until he'd actually come directly over to me that I realized just how huge this man actually was. I'm 4'10", 140-pound female, so I felt pretty small regardless, but even with his slouched-over posture, he was over 6 feet tall and well over twice my weight. I'll never forget his teeth either. They were completely black in the front. Your eyes couldn't help but be drawn right to them. Despite his menacing appearance, though, he was very soft-spoken. Truthfully, I could tell he wasn't all there just by the way he talked. He told me no when I asked if he needed any help, but but requested my number instead. So direct. We had never spoken before. I declined and said I was already in a relationship and that it would be very inappropriate. He then asked if he could have a business card for the counter in case he wanted to get some products. Since I wasn't on my normal counter and I really wanted him to go away, I handed over my coworker's business card and told him to call if he had any further questions. It worked. He walked away after that, filling me with relief. Only a couple minutes later, the phone on the counter rings. I answer with my peppy customer service voice and say, "Thank you for calling. How may I help you?" Immediately, I knew it was the same guy once he started talking. He again asked me for my personal number, and I explained once again that I cannot do that. He just wants to talk, he explains. Since he wasn't getting the hint, I say, "I should have told you that I'm married. You can't have my number." Politely, he apologized and hung up. I thought that would be the end of him. But for the next few weeks or so, I spent much of my time at work anxious he would show up again. I would see him every week, and he would lurk around the counter searching for me. Anytime I would see him, I would immediately drop what I was doing and run and hide, or run to the closest customer and offer any bit of assistance to make it look like I was very busy so he wouldn't come over and talk to me. I successfully dodged him every time, and it came to the point where I stopped seeing him. I was very thrilled. I had almost completely forgotten about him until one day I decided to go to Walmart by myself to pick up a few things on my day off. I generally like to shop alone. I can take all the time I need, and I like leisurely looking around. I grabbed a basket and made my way over to the cosmetic and wellness section, since that's where most of the things I needed were. I only had managed to grab a few things before I locked eyes with him as I walked by the supplement aisle. I had recently changed my hair color and wasn't wearing my work uniform, so I didn't think he'd realize who I was right away. I was ready to just go about my shopping and ignore him until I realized he'd literally dropped the items he had in his hand and started heading my way. I panicked and quickened my pace immediately. I thought to myself, he's not really going to follow you through the store, right? But as I turned around to look, I could see his humongous body just plowing through people with that same terrifying look on his face, only much meaner. His black teeth were closed in a snarl. Since the direction I was walking was opposite of the exit, and there was no way I was going to turn around now, I decided my best course of action would be to follow the perimeter of the store and cut down the center section, which would bring me close to the registers. I speed walked the entire time in the hopes of losing him amongst all the people, but never once turned around again. By the time I made it to the register area, I could actually feel him behind me. Still not wanting to turn around to look, I glanced in the reflection of the soda machines that are in between the register aisles to see how close he was. To my horror, there was only 1 foot between us. I was afraid to just drop my stuff and run out the door in case he followed me to my car. I had parked in the far back of the parking lot and I didn't want to risk it. I also didn't want to get in line at the registers since the lines were very long and I would be standing out in the open alone. Instead, I walked into the cluster of people crowded around the self-checkout line. I noticed another large but older gentleman with his carriage in the middle and ran straight for him. The people were so closely clustered together that the man following me couldn't make it through. I ran over to the man in line and grabbed a hold of his carriage. "I'm so sorry, I'm really not cutting you, but there's a man who's been following me through half the store and I need to stand here with you." He was so sweet, and he let me be there with him while we waited in line. He even let me go ahead of him so I could leave quicker. As I was cashing out, I could see in my peripheral vision my stalker staring at me and pacing about, but he couldn't come near me since the self-checkout was somewhat sectioned off. By the time I had finished and grabbed my receipt, I couldn't see him around anymore. I looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. I thought about asking the kind older man to walk me to my car, but he still wasn't finished at his register, so I called my boyfriend and decided to make a run for it. Staying on the phone, I explained to him what was going on as I sprinted to my car in tears. I frantically looked around in case he tried to follow me outside. I made it to my car safely and rushed right home, breaking down to my parents about what just happened. I could feel in my bones that that man wanted to do something to me, and thankfully I didn't find out what it was. His aggressive aura was palpable. To this day, I can still remember the adrenaline, the nervousness, and the sheer terror I felt when he followed me. I had never been so vulnerable and helpless, even with all of those people around. I quit that job roughly 2 years later. I had only seen him one other time there since the incident, but I still live in constant fear that we'll cross paths again. I'm afraid to shop alone, something that I wouldn't have given a second thought to years before. Several years ago, we bought a house with a little creek running through the backyard. I mean, who wouldn't want a house with such a tranquil setting? Too long didn't read. When we finally fled in terror 6 years later, we had almost 50 pages of documentation of harassment and terrorization from the next-door neighbor, a 60-something female. Listen on if you dare. The third day we owned our new home, our next-door neighbor came over to introduce herself. "Hi, my name is Emma Nasshole." She greeted us very cheerfully. We had an odd conversation, and when she left, hubby and I looked at each other and asked, what the hell was that all about? That afternoon, I joked to my hubby, "I can't believe I just moved next door to someone with plastic flowers in her yard." I was a very avid gardener at the time. The very next morning when we got up, all of the plastic flowers were now gone. It was a very Twilight Zone-like moment. Whether I was gardening in the backyard or the front yard, Emma was soon striking up a conversation every time. She had a way of making statements that would catch you off guard and sort of beg for a reply. She managed to get a lot of personal information from me before I figured out what she was doing. Emma had several dogs, and their barking was a big nuisance. Every night, no matter what time we went to bed, the dogs would start barking under our bedroom window within a minute of turning the lights out. It took us months to figure out she was actively watching for our lights to go out to tell them to bark. How creepy is that? I politely asked this neighbor from hell to keep her dogs away from our bedroom window late at night. She put this huge grin on her face and immediately said, "Nope, can't do that." Then the barking got worse, and worse, and worse, and she stepped up the harassment several notches as well. I would either try to be polite or just put down my gardening tools and go into the house. Even though I never saw her watching me, she always had ways of letting me know that she somehow saw everything I did. It felt like I was being stalked, honestly. She never really bothered my husband, and my husband didn't believe me at first when I told him the things she was doing and saying to me. One day I took hubby's car somewhere and Emma assumed I was home alone. She started in directly with her harassment and creepiness. Needless to say, when I got home, my husband was very shaken. He never doubted me about her again after that. We did have a nice neighbor on the other side of us. One day, I asked her if she had ever had any problems with Emma. She immediately unloaded stories of years of abuse. Oh, swell. Just what had we gotten ourselves into? Eventually, we finally decided to contact animal control and file a complaint about all the barking. They asked us to keep a record of when the dogs started and stopped. The result? They barked between 60 to 70 hours per week. After a couple of weeks, I couldn't waste any more time keeping track. Emma was not very pleased about the dog complaint. Her next move was to call 911 the night of February 13th. At 11:45 p.m., 2 police cruisers and 4 cops showed up at our door for a domestic violence call, courtesy of Emma. Happy Valentine's Day. Every few months after, Emma would suddenly get the urge to call 911 and report me for harassing her, even though by this time I no longer ever spoke to her and went inside immediately whenever she came out. What we didn't know then was that Emma had a wheelchair, and after she called 911, she'd hop in it before the police showed up. She'd tell the cops this sob story about how she was a poor old handicapped senior citizen being brutally harassed by me. I was 2 years younger than her, so yeah, I guess I'm a senior citizen too. The cop would then come over to our house to ream me out for being such a horrible neighbor. Since my hair wasn't gray, I guess thanks to my hairdresser, I looked much younger than Ema, so the cops assumed she was much older and more vulnerable. After several episodes of this though, we installed covert video cameras. Just 2 months after getting them, Ema had a hankering for the company of a uniformed officer. After hearing her sob story, he came to our house and told us to move away and stop harassing all the neighbors. To his credit, he did agree to view the video footage. The viewings left him speechless afterward. Not only was there no wheelchair in sight, but everything she told him that I said and did to her, she'd actually said and done to me. Shortly before we'd gotten those cameras, Ema had tried to run me down with her car while I was out for a walk. When a friend of hers tried the same trick, we got it on camera this time. I didn't have to call 911 when that happened because Ema called in first with a big pack of lies. The officer that responded this time, though, refused to look at the footage. Oh well. From time to time, she would just park her car in front of our house and sit there watching us. She'd take photos and videos of us inside our house. She only did that once after we got the cameras. They're covert only to a point. If you zoom a camera in on them, you'll see them. She toned down her act after that. Things were quiet for almost a year or so. Then one night we heard a loud boom, and the house suddenly shook. We peeked out the bedroom window and saw a couple of cars parked in front of Ema's house, and a few people milling around her front yard. We got up and looked at the video footage and saw Ema's son light something and throw it at our house towards our bedroom. Then an explosion shook the home. We called the police, but since there were no injuries or damage to the house, only burned up plants in the yard, they refused to even file a report. A few days later, we met with the realtor and moved away. So a little context to help the story start off. My parents got divorced when I was 10. I'm female, by the way. My brother was around 8 at that time as well. They had bought a house in a fairly big land and decided to split it. The house was demolished, and my mom was building a new house to live with me and my brother on that land. This all was in a very small city that was well known for its safety. Fast forward to when I was 15. I'm 25 now. The house still wasn't ready yet. Me, my brother, and my mom instead lived in an apartment really close to where they were building it, so we would check on the progress from time to time. This was an evening when my mom and I were getting back from the market and decided to go and check on the house. As we were parking in front of it, the car light shone on a man trying to jump the fence to get in. I was really freaked out, but my mom immediately stepped out of the car and began shouting at the man. "What the hell are you trying to do here?" It was an old guy, maybe in his late 60s or so. He was really tall, white, and skinny. He was starting to bald as well, having hair only on the sides of his head. Immediately, he just began to send out really creepy vibes. He jumped off of the fence and looked kind of scared, actually. He obviously wasn't expecting someone to show up, because nobody lived in that place yet. He told us that he lived in an apartment building next to the house, and he was trying to cut down a branch from a tree that was knocking on his window or something. My mom told him he was trespassing, and if he wanted anything to do in her house, he should have contacted her first. She yelled at him to go away and never come back. We went home after that and didn't really talk about it after. A few months later, though, my family finally moved into that completed house. It was very cute, with lots of trees and space for my dogs to run free. At that time, we had 3 of them, 2 small ones and a border collie we had rescued. Every day, we could hear a teenage female voice yelling at the apartment building next to our house. We figured out it was just some teenage drama. We could hear her saying things every teen would say to their parents at one point or another. You know, "I don't want to live here, you don't get me at all." We never really did anything about it because of this. Some time passed, and my friend moved to an apartment in that building as well. She said she could hear the teen yelling at the father all the time as well. Well, guess who the father was? Yeah, that man who had been trying to get inside our yard. This freaked me out a little bit, but I didn't have any proof he was actually doing something to the girl. One evening, I was eating some fruits in the front of my house with my dogs when I began to hear screaming, like a man and a woman were desperately fighting. I looked around and figured out it was coming from the building right next to my house. I looked up just in time to see a woman falling down from the balcony. I couldn't see if anyone had pushed her though. I called the ambulance right away. They were very fast at getting there and taking her to the hospital as well. At the very same time, the police came and took away a man from that home. I couldn't really get a good look to see if it was the same man that had trespassed here. I didn't get to know what happened that day in the end, or who the man actually was. My dad started building his house next to my mom's. I spent a lot of time in my best friend's apartment that was just by that creeps. As I said, my yard was filled with trees, and sometimes we would see lots of animals there. Lizards, snakes, foxes, possums. This day, my friend and I were on her balcony, and we could see a lizard walking on the wall that separated my house from the building. Right on the balcony next to ours, the creepy man stepped out with a gun and began trying to snipe the lizard. We started screaming for him to stop and to not kill it. He looked very surprised. I guess he had thought he was alone. He didn't say a single thing. He just stared at us for a moment and then walked back inside his apartment. I told my dad about what happened, and he said I should never interact with that man from then on. I was already 18 at this point, and things had started to calm down, or so I thought. It was an afternoon around 1600, and I was home alone. I decided to go for a walk with my border collie. She was really sweet, and I used to ride my bike as she followed me running along. So, that's what I was doing that day. As we were rounding the way back to my house though, just passing by that building, that creepy man threw a huge rock at my dog. She was running, so it smacked her right in the leg. I cursed at him and walked back into my house, looking at my dog to see if she was hurt. I told my mom. She said I should never walk alone. Some days later, I found a really cute but skinny cat at my college. I was sitting down smoking and it just sort of jumped into my lap. I carried him with me to my next class, and he slept on my lap through the whole thing. Eventually, I decided to take him back home with me. He was orange and quite fierce. As he was a street cat before, we let him go for walks in my street often. Everyone liked him. He was really friendly and asked for everyone to pet him. People let him into their houses and frequently sent my mom pics of him doing cute things or sleeping on their sofas or whatever. So, we never thought he was bothering anyone by walking around. All this time, though, we had forgotten about the violent nature of our neighbor. My family went on a trip to visit my grandma, and my dad stayed behind to take care of our pets. He told us that one night he had heard some footsteps around his house, but as he walked out the front door, he couldn't see anyone. He thought it was just the dogs messing around at first, and went back inside to sleep. When we came back, we realized that one of the trees in my mom's house was suddenly dying. It was a really big tree, I think around 100 years old or so. This tree was the biggest one in the yard, and it was always so beautiful. I should also mention that this is the very same one that man had been complaining about the first time we'd met him. My dad went to look at that tree, and figured out that someone had bored a lot of holes in it. He said it was a way to get poison inside to kill it. He also told us we shouldn't tell my mom about this because it was going to really scare her and make her sad as well. The trees were the main reason to buy the place, so I never told her about it. Some more time passed by, and my brother and I moved out to another town to finish our studies. I wanted to take my cat with me, but my mom said it was going to be hard for him to adapt to living in an apartment. He liked so much to walk around after all, so I agreed that he would stay with her. A few days later, though, she visited me and told me that my cat had suddenly died. I was heartbroken. How did this happen? Well, she'd found him with his neck broken in front of the apartment building next to our house. His head was twisted, but he was still barely alive. By the time she arrived at the vet, the cat was already dead. She thinks it was that same man that killed him. We don't really have any proof, but you know that feeling when you just know that it's true? I cried so much, and just writing about it makes me cry as well. He was my very first cat, and he was so sweet. My mom still lives in the same house. She has 5 cats now, but none of them go out. That man also still lives next to her. I'm with her during quarantine, and I see him all the time. He always walks past our house, looking up to see if anyone's home. Also, about the girl from the balcony, I did find out eventually that she lived. She came back in a wheelchair though. I don't know if it was permanent or not. She took all her things and moved away. I don't really know who pushed her, but my best friend that lived in the same building said the man was the only person there at the time. A few months after this as well, a lot of creepy things began to happen in our neighborhood, but I guess that's for another post. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of farmland in a large 1800s Victorian-style home. Given its long storied history, there had always been several shacks and barns that had once belonged to the builder of this home. There's a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, and directly across from said highway, about 200 feet inward of a cornfield, is a shack I have always found very creepy. As kids, myself and my friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which pretty much always ended with us going as a team anyway. Nothing scary was ever found though. Maybe a few broken glasses here and there, some piles of metal and miscellaneous scrap items. There was no electricity or any sort of utility to make it homely at all. Years go by, and the existence of this shack just became a part of my daily life. However, one particular night, as I was sat in my house watching TV, I noticed a light going off and on outside my window. After getting a bit startled, I dismissed it as simply passing cars, coming by a bit more frequently than they typically might have. An hour passed by though, it's nearing midnight, and the light stayed on. This time for sure, I knew it must be coming from something outside. My family was fast asleep, but being my pansy 16-year-old self, I needed some confirmation. Too bad for me though, no one wanted to go outside to check it out. I guess I was gonna have to go it alone. I grabbed my pocket knife and a flashlight, the best I could think of with my shaken thoughts, and took off into the night. As I neared the highway, the light immediately turned off, almost making me choke on the very air, but I had to figure out what the hell was going on here. I made it to the entrance of the shack, which had no door, and slowly began to enter, my flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next I will never forget. 5 feet away from me there was an old tattered recliner, facing away. My father had tossed it in there a while back for future disposal. I shined my light on it, because I knew I'd just seen it rock ever so slightly. As I did that, a man stood up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I could tell was that he was middle-aged and wearing a jacket of sorts. Before I could even process what was happening, I was already sprinting across the road, hearing him following behind me. It felt like years before I could make it to my door, but as I was about to make it to safety, I decided to look back and see what was happening. The man was standing in the middle of the road, completely still, no words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands and the recliner remains in place as well. My dad never did believe me. I wish someone could share the dread I had when I realized the recliner was facing a window which directed straight to my house. This all started around December. I'm not sure if I should be contacting the police or anything like that, but it is quite unnerving. So I stay at my girlfriend's house on the weekends. She lives on campus at a university. She lives with 2 of her roommates and lives next door to her friends as well. This one particular night, I believe it was the 6th of December 2020, I remember being woken up very suddenly to screaming at 2 a.m. Now typically you'd expect any screams you heard on campus to be from people leaving the bars late at night. However, this was very different. There was this blood-curdling scream and a girl yelling for her dad. She must have screamed out for him at least 4 different times. I really don't know how my girlfriend didn't wake up from this. It was so desperate. The last scream I heard for her dad was so sad and desperate. The kind of scream you'd make if you were really in trouble. It suddenly became very quiet. I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. At first, I thought it must be my girlfriend having a bad dream or something, but that scream had been all too real. The experience was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the only time I had heard someone screaming. About 2 months later, the 3rd of February 2021, her neighbor texted her in a group chat to ask if she'd heard anyone screaming as well. And then, exactly a week later, another neighbor heard it too. Almost exactly another week goes by, and her friend who lives a couple streets down had roommates that had begun texting asking if she'd heard screaming at 2 a.m. too. At this point, we weren't really sure what to make of this. Perhaps some sort of luring for human trafficking or something. Less than a month later, on the 8th of March, around 11:30 p.m., we could hear a girl screaming, "Get off me!" We looked out the window, but we couldn't see anything happening around. That was the last time I know of that anyone heard this screaming. These events all seem very planned though, and the fact that my girlfriend lives with 2 other girls alone in a house without a deadlock makes this all seem very suspicious. I'll try to keep an eye out for next time I hear something and let you guys know. I'm kind of curious as to what this could be. I want to try and find the source of the screaming, just in case someone really does need help. If it happens, I'll make sure to document it as well. The weird thing is, she lives right next to a police department as well, so I really don't know what's going on here. I'm considering calling them about this very soon. Have any of you guys heard of something like this happening before, or perhaps something similar? So from 4th grade to the end of 5th roughly, I lived in this kinda shitty apartment building. It wasn't like drug dealers at my door shitty, but it definitely was not great. So one night, I'm laying there in bed listening to staticky country music from my old radio, trying to fall asleep, when I start to hear some loud banging from somewhere. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from at first, but then I realized it must be coming from the apartment above us. It sounded like someone was slamming on the floor. Much to my annoyance, I turned down my radio and started to listen a bit closer. I could hear the neighbor's little girl, who was about 6, crying and screaming. She kept on slamming on the floor. Out of tiredness and annoyance, I stood up on my bed and banged on the ceiling. She stopped after that. The next night, the same thing happened. I heard the banging, turned down my radio, and banged on the ceiling. This went on for 3 days before I began to communicate with this little girl through our banging on the floor and ceiling. On the 4th day, she didn't stop though. She kept banging and started crying and screaming. It was super late at night, so I don't think anyone else could hear. It was like someone was ripping a cat's fur out one by one. I banged on the ceiling to see if she was okay, and everything went silent for a second. I banged again, and after a few seconds she started screaming desperately. I heard this super loud bang, like someone just dropped a cinder block on the floor from 10 feet up. Everything went very quiet after that. I didn't see her or her mom ever again. I didn't even see them move out ever, but I do know that they were gone after this event. I don't know if there was something wrong with the family, like if the mom was abusive or something, but it was really weird. And I really hope that little girl was okay. I feel bad that I really couldn't find out what was going on. I should also add that this wasn't the only time that family had done weird stuff or strange things had happened around them. The mom would kinda wander around aimlessly, and her kid would be left in the elevator alone. They were both just kind of a bit off. This happened a little bit ago, about a month or so I'd say, and it was a bizarre experience to say the very least. I'm 15 and I was playing some video games before passing out. It was about, I'd say, 11 p.m. when I suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Out of instinct, I began walking downstairs, but about halfway there, rationality came to my mind. Who the fuck rings a doorbell at 11 p.m.? I silently strode back up the stairs and stood in the hall, kind of expecting something bad to happen. An exact minute later, it rung twice once more. My parents began to leave their room and gave me a quizzical look. All I had to respond with, though, was a shrug. The person at the door started to bang on it. My mother jumped at the first bang, and my father's eyes widened, more in confusion than fear, though. He decided to go downstairs and peep through the view hole and see what was going on. It seemed it was our neighbor. My dad very hesitantly opened the door, and I could hear my father's voice tremble slightly. "Hey, what's wrong? What do you need?" The next thing I hear is a full-blown scream from our neighbor, claiming that this household was his, and we'd stolen it from him. My father's uneasiness was quickly replaced with annoyance, and he simply shut the door in their face without giving our neighbor the time of day. My dad had just stepped on the first step going up the stairwell when our neighbor began to attack the front door. I'm not talking about just banging with a fist. This man was full body slamming it. My father was stunned for a second. My neighbor charged the door again. This time, we heard the splintering of wood. Everyone reacted at once. My father went to brace the door with his body. My mom went to get the other two kids, and I went straight for 911. The slamming and attacking of the door ensued for another 5 minutes while I was on the phone with 911. Suddenly, it stopped. I thought it was over, and I was very relieved, but I was still stuck on the phone. I went to peek out the front window of my house, though, and boy, was it only just getting started. Our neighbor had went to retrieve his Jeep Wrangler and was now running the engine, pointing it straight at our house. We had zero clue what he was going to do until he slammed the gas and we heard the squealing of tires. Then he immediately slammed on the brakes. It seemed he was trying to scare us out of our home. Still on the phone with the police, I stepped away from the window to comfort my siblings, crack jokes, and try and make everyone feel better. Eventually, the police did arrive, pulled him out of the car, and arrested him. The next morning, I left for school, still shaken from the night before. I stepped onto our front steps and could see tire marks leading all the way up to our front door. The lunatic had actually tried to drive up our steps and ram our door down with his car. I never want to see this dumb cunt ever again, but unfortunately he lives directly to my right. Fuck my life. When I was in high school, I spent a lot of time at the local park. I always tried to find the most solitary spots so I could smoke some weed by myself. This often meant most of my hiking was on overgrown trails, if not completely off-trail altogether. You have to pay a fee to get into the main part of the park, but it's relatively large, so there are spots on the west side that are pretty free. Those spots are not quite as well kept and definitely not as well observed, so obviously it's mostly kids who just want to come smoke and do some graffiti. Of course, there are still some runners, people going fishing, people walking their dogs, mostly people who want to skip out on the $5 fee. One Sunday, I go to smoke at the park while my family is away attending church. At this spot, I had a solid trail that led into a very solitary part of the park that I very often frequented. if I just wanted to smoke and not explore very much. When I pulled in this day, there were already a few cars there, but one of them stuck out to me like a sore thumb. It was a very extremely clean black car, parked right in front of the main trail. As soon as I get out of my car and start to approach the trail, a man who was probably in his late 30s or early 40s stepped out of that car. I kept my eye on him as I entered. He seemed to be keeping a very stern eye on me, too. Once I took a few steps on the trail, though, another man stopped me. Apparently, someone had just driven a car into the reservoir the day before, and the man asked me if I was coming to take a look at it. I said no, but I did see a small crowd of people at the cliff of the trail. I figured I could be less on guard, since everyone seemed to be over there gazing at that wreck. Maybe today I could smoke in peace. After the man I was speaking with walked away, I looked back to see if the man at the car was still watching me. I didn't see him anymore, though. So, I went on that trail I frequent and hiked up to the solitary part of the park. I went a little bit off-trail for even more privacy and sat down on a fallen tree to smoke. As I went to reach into my bag for my blunt, though, I looked up, suddenly realizing that now just a few feet in front of me, the man who was at that car had spontaneously appeared. He was standing facing me, and didn't seem fazed at all when he realized I saw he was there. My heart sank, and my stomach turned. I listened to a lot of true crime, so immediately in my head I was thinking, don't act like a victim. Be very confrontational. I spoke up right away. Can I help you with something? He gave me a real sly grin. No, I'm just looking. Instead of my blunt, I grabbed my pepper spray and my phone to text my family and tell them where I was. I kept my eyes on him the whole time I did this. He didn't move a single inch, though. He stood as still as a statue watching me. I send my text, put my phone up, and just watch him back, finger on the trigger of my pepper spray. Then he starts moving. I stand up. He doesn't get any closer, but he starts to circle around me just a few feet away. Remember that we're off trail, so as he moves around me, he gets harder to see as he hides behind all the shrubbery. I stay on my feet and try to make sure I'm facing him the whole time. He tucks his face away, so we can't make eye contact, but I know he knows I can see him. After he makes several full circles around me, he turns back to the trail and begins walking back to the main one. I'm afraid of losing sight of him, so I follow him from a small distance to keep an eye. He didn't even turn around to look back at me, though. We finally get back to the busier part of the trail, where I spot a woman walking her dogs. He goes off onto another path, and I go and tell her a man has been following me. When I look up to point where he is, he's disappeared. She tells me that's real scary. I tell her to be very careful and go to my car and leave. It was obviously a very creepy encounter and potentially a close call. Sometimes, though, I feel there might be even more to it. This encounter took place 40 minutes away from Delphi, Indiana in September of 2016. A few months later, in February of 2017, 13 and 14-year-old Abigail Williams and Liberty German were murdered while hiking at their local park, and their murderer has never been found. About 15 years ago, I lived in Sulphur, Oklahoma. My playground? The Chickasaw National Recreation Area. I loved that park so much. I rode more miles on my bike than pretty much anywhere else. I walked nearly every trail and rode down every single road. Every day, I would ride my mountain bike up and down the trails and would be home by nightfall on most days. One night, however, I rode out just a bit farther than usual. On my way back, I decided to ride the trail from an area known as Buffalo Springs, where they have live buffalo roaming around, and there's a large spring or fountain for all of them to enjoy. As I was riding back, I knew the end of the trail was just coming up. I would have to cross a stone bridge atop a creek and then go up the road to my home. It was very dark at this time, and all I had to use to see where I was the light of the full moon. I was maybe a few hundred yards from that bridge when I suddenly got a very sharp pain in my left thigh. I stopped and looked around to see what the hell had hit me. Then I began to hear a noise, sounding like something slamming the ground hard in front of me. I saw there was a rock about the size of a baseball rolling across the trail. I was very confused. I looked up startled to the side of a hill beside me. Just as I turned my head to look, I almost fell off my bike when another rock came flying down and slammed into my front wheel. My eyes finally began to adjust to the darkness and look around. I could see someone very tall, wearing all dark clothing, standing at the top of the hill and throwing huge rocks at me. They were screaming too. I yelled at them that I had a cell phone and I was going to call the police if they didn't stop attacking me. Actually, I didn't have one, as I hadn't got a cell phone for personal use at the time yet. This seemed to piss whoever it was off. Immediately after I said this, they began to charge down the hill toward me. I, for obvious reasons, lit up my bike and took off. Just as I crossed by the bridge, I could hear a huge splashing noise in the creek. I saw an even bigger rock had just been thrown. From here on out, I was clear to home, but I was terrified all the way there. I went to the ranger station immediately the next morning and told a ranger I knew about what had just happened that night. The ranger laughed at me. "So you're telling me you were attacked by Bigfoot?" he said, snidely laughing. "I don't know what it was, but definitely something was trying to hurt me out there." "Okay, Justin, if I have any more Bigfoot sightings, I'll let you know what we get." I said fine and left, kind of annoyed. The very next week, though, I was riding in the daylight when my park ranger friend pulled up next to me and told me to get in right away. I asked why. He said he needed to show me something. We headed to the police department in town. Before we got out of the car, he turned to me and said this: "Justin, I think I have to give you a huge apology. I'll be honest that I didn't believe you when you told me that story about you being attacked, but it's come to my attention that a couple was out in the same area last night, and they were attacked in the same way. They said they saw a huge person with a lot of hair throwing rocks and sticks and screaming at them. They called the police, and they came out with some of the other rangers, including myself. I immediately thought about what you had told me. When we arrived and started up the hill, sure enough, someone was throwing rocks and stones at us. Guns drawn and yelling, I saw 2 officers tackle a man to the ground. Turned out there was a 6'5" tall, naked man covered in mud who had extremely large hair and a very, very large beard. He had escaped from the Veterans Center across Veterans Lake. Apparently, he was having a PTSD flashback and thought he was back in Vietnam, and he was trying to take out the enemy. The park ranger said I was very lucky, because that man was actually trying to kill me. We went inside so I could give the police my statement as to what had happened that night. They sent the man to a more secure facility someplace else. To this day, I still get the shivers when I hike that trail, and I always keep my eyes up on the ridgetop. I do feel really bad though for that man with PTSD, and others with such mental illnesses as well. But even if I feel bad, it's not like I can just let him attack me and others. I'm sorry that he had to be put away like that. A few months back, my girlfriend and I were bored of hanging around the house and spontaneously decided to go out for a hike. We don't go hiking often, but the idea appealed to both of us. And even though there was only about an hour left of light, we figured that was more than enough time to go enjoy a small hike before it got too dark. We quickly filled up our water bottles and put on our best walking shoes, and were out the door driving up into the mountains. Around my area, there are many hiking trails, with the variety of trails increasing as you go further up into the mountains. We tended to stay around the base, in the occasional case of us hiking, where most people would still be walking. We wanted to change things up this day though, and so we progressed further up the mountain, to a trail a good friend of mine had mentioned. We kept our time in mind though, and figured we could hike for just a bit and simply enjoy the new environment for us, and head back before it got too dark. We arrived at the trailhead, and saw there were no cars left along the road where the trail commences. We didn't think too much about it due to the time of day though. We still had a good 45 minutes until dark, so we decided it was best to get a move on. We started walking down a fairly steep hill that then recoups the elevation at the bottom with an equally steep hill you have to ascend. We reached the top and then it's smooth sailing from there. We see a lone coyote off the trail a ways off, some rabbits, and I made a quip about how those rabbits might need to be careful with that coyote lurking around. She playfully punched me for that one. Approximately less than a mile into the trail, we see a large fallen tree that made a bridge over a dried riverbed. We decided to take a rest, climb around it, and take some pictures. We were there for about 10 minutes and then resumed hiking. We continue on the trail a short distance until she hears a rustle in the trees behind us. We stop mildly spooked due to the assumed size of whatever made that rustling. We continued on only briefly before she decided she was done and we needed to head back now. It was twilight now, so I agreed with her. We turned around and went to head back to the car. When we made it back to the fallen tree though, my shoe had become untied. I used the trunk to fix my laces and looked behind us for the first time on that entire hike. It was very uncharacteristic for me, but hey, I was having fun. Why be paranoid, you know? As I look back though, I suddenly see a person dressed entirely in black. Their hood was on, and they were a significant distance behind us, walking at a very slow, steady pace. It wasn't something entirely out of the ordinary. I mean, so what if they're wearing black with their hood on? I wear black most of the time and it's cold out. I shouldn't just make assumptions. This did trigger me to be more alert, however, and I informed my girlfriend of this mysterious person's presence. It was now past dusk. We continued on at an intentionally faster pace and went through a winding section of the trail. I lost sight of the person around the bend. When we came around the final bend of this winding section, I figured they must be far behind us, and there was nothing to worry about. Sooner rather than later, though, I noticed the person was right behind us again, this time much, much closer. Probably less than 50 feet in comparison to the more than 100 before. We had increased our speed, so this alarmed us greatly. We briskly walked around another bend, and as soon as we came around it, we started to book it. It seemed a very natural reaction on both of our parts, as we just started sprinting without a single word to initiate it. We were nearing the trailhead now, with only the hills to deal with. We stopped to catch our breath for a moment, and I turned around again. I see the person mid-sprint, seemingly stop in an instant upon noticing me looking back. It was as if they were trying to uphold the illusion of simply walking behind us. At this point, I shout go, and we sprint down that hill. What little light was left struggled to make its way through the dense trees surrounding us, and the steep hill proved challenging to run down without a clear path to be seen. We both stumbled down, almost falling multiple times, and slamming our feet onto rocks and loose brush. Luckily, we didn't fall, and this time we didn't look behind us. We made it to the bottom, but must continue up the initial hill. And then we'll finally have made it out. We persevere up that steep incline and make it back to our car. I briefly breathe in relief as I started up, heart pounding and adrenaline racing. As I reverse out onto the road, the person emerges at the trailhead, breathing quite heavily. We finally get a glimpse of him. His hood had fallen off his head with all the running, exposing his pale complexion and dead eyes. They were only illuminated by a single lantern at the very start of the trail. I could see he was holding something in his hand, but it was too dark to make out what it was, and I was not interested in sticking around to get shot or stabbed or something. I shifted into drive and accelerated as fast as my car could muster, leaving that man in the dust of that empty side of the road. This story didn't happen to me, but to a very close male friend of 7 years. I was hanging out with him and a couple of other friends, and we were talking about all of our creepy experiences. Here is the story from his perspective. A little bit of background. I was 16 years old when this happened, living in Amman City, the capital of Jordan in the Middle East. I was in high school at the time. I used to weigh 85 kilograms and was 192 centimeters tall. I was a calm but somewhat intimidating person, at least if I wanted to be. I never really messed with anyone though unless I was provoked first. I had just gotten off school this day and decided I wanted to go downtown because I was bored. I really didn't want to stay at home. Actually, I wanted to get some DVDs and games to enjoy later. So I decided to take the bus, as I wanted to save on some money. I had to take a taxi to even get to the bus stop though, which was about less than 10 minutes by car. I stopped a coming taxi. Inside the vehicle appeared a light-skinned man with black, greasy hair, wearing a worn-out dark green shirt and an old pair of jeans. He looked to be between the ages of 30 to 34. He addressed me through the passenger window. "Hey there. Where do you want to go?" "I need to go to the bus stop that takes me downtown. It's about 10 minutes away from here." "Oh, well, I can take you downtown if you'd like. I'm gonna pass by that area anyway, so I can drop you off there and you don't even have to pay me." At this point, a red flag should have gone off in my head, but I thought maybe this man just wanted to be kind. I really didn't want to go through the hassle of taking more than one vehicle, so I decided to hop into his car, and we would be on our merry way. Looking back on it now, though, this was a big fucking mistake. Now, there are different ways to head downtown, and I only knew a couple of them. As the man was driving, he started to take different routes that I had never seen before. Since I wasn't familiar with them, no alarm bells were ringing yet. I assumed he must be taking a shortcut to get away from traffic or something. By this point, though, 20 minutes had passed by, and I began to feel very uneasy. Usually, from the bus route I take, you only need 20 minutes to get downtown when there's little to no traffic, but I brushed it off once again. Then suddenly, though, the man began to speak in his calm yet very suspicious tone. "Hey man, do you mind if I use your phone for a moment? I want to see if you have any videos or music I can send via Bluetooth." I found this to be a very strange request, but as the man was giving me a free ride already, and the fact that I didn't have anything private in my phone anyway, I handed it over to him for a moment. I didn't want to be impolite, I was just trying to break this awkward atmosphere. He started to play with my phone for a bit, before proceeding to put it with his own under the empty space of the driver's door handle. Doubt began to circle in my mind. I felt very vulnerable suddenly without my phone. Despite my doubts, though, all I could think to do was stare to the window outside. The feeling of dread and uneasiness only continued to grow. I was not able to tell where we were anymore. The man kept on driving. I started to see many empty roads, with only desert on both the right and left sides. The only things around were various old, worn-out, rusty shipping containers. It was getting very dark at this point. This is where things get even creepier. The man proceeded to pick up his own phone and began to speak to someone at the end of the line, shouting in a very angry voice. "I'm gonna fuck you up, you motherfucker. You better prepare yourself. I'm coming to beat your ass, you son of a bitch." As soon as the man ended the call, I knew something was absolutely wrong. Looking more closely at the phone he was holding, I was able to recognize the phone he had was the type that didn't have Bluetooth. Alarm bells started ringing very loudly in my head. That whole call had just come out of nowhere, and I could feel a bunch of dread. My fear was absolutely real. I asked him for my phone back, growing very nervous and impatient with each word escaping my mouth. He looked at me with this kind of funny look and said, "I just wanted to see what you've got on your phone, you know." By this point, I had enough. I sternly told him to give it back. The anger and fear was barely contained in my voice. He hesitantly obliged after muttering to himself for a while. I knew at this point I had to get out of this taxi. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, I decided to pretend I was talking to my parents and created a scenario where there was an emergency and I had to get back right now. I began telling the man that someone was waiting for me and needed me immediately. I told him to drop me off right here and right now. I was seeing an upcoming traffic light and then nothing from then on. I knew this was my only chance of escape. I was not sticking around any longer to know where this man was taking me to. God fucking knows where we even were already. As soon as the man stopped at the light, I spoke to him in my most intimidating voice and told him to open the passenger door. Luckily, there were also a couple of cars stopped right next to us. Thank God the man just responded with a menacing look and pressed the unlock button. I sprinted out of that car faster than you could even say, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." I went straight to a small run-out coffee break stop in the middle of nowhere, as that taxi sped off at 100 miles per hour. I went outside and asked the server if downtown was close by. Completely out of breath and with sweat dripping from my forehead, the server looked at me with a confused and irritated face. "You know you're far out of the capital, right? Heading to the city of Zarka?" Shit, I thought. Holy shit. I proceeded to call my parents to come pick me up from this middle of nowhere. God knows I'm not taking the taxi to get back home after this, or anytime soon. Thinking about it after a while, it's clear the man had planned on kidnapping me from the start, trying to take away my phone so I wouldn't be able to call for help, and proceeding to pretend he was having a fight with someone on the phone to secretly message his buddies that he was close by with me. Hey there everyone, I wanted to tell you about an experience my brother and I shared 2 years ago. I've made a post over an r/paranormal, but I decided to repost it here too. So, we were deciding to go somewhere haunted during the day. There's this old cemetery in Santa Cruz we decided to check out. We go in, walk around, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so we decided to leave. The cemetery is on a supposedly haunted road that leads up into the woods. This road is said to be haunted by a lady in white that tries to hitchhike in your car. I had forgotten this fact until after the day. Alright, so along this road we're driving down, it leads to a forest area. A couple of miles down from the cemetery, you can pull to the side of the road and walk along this hiking trail. We decide to hike this very same trail. I'd completely forgotten the road was supposed to be haunted as well, so I wasn't even looking for anything paranormal at all. Anyway, we start hiking this trail in the afternoon. 10 minutes in, we stumble along some abandoned train tracks and a barely standing bridge for the train that used to run along those tracks. It looked really cool, so we decided to head down to investigate this hill right by the bridge that lets you go underneath the dilapidated area. We go down there and start to mess around, looking at all the cool architecture. After we had had our view, we started back up the little hill that led back to the trail. When we finally managed to get to the top, we were a little bit exhausted because the hill was kind of steep. You also had to use the trees around you as leverage to climb back up. We're standing around back on the trail when we both notice something out of the ordinary. We can both hear a voice, almost like a grown man's, shouting and screaming very angrily. When I say angry, I mean absolutely furious. The voice sounded like the rage of a man that wanted to murder someone, We quieted down. We could tell the voice was still very far away. It almost sounded like it was coming from the mountains around us, more than 500 feet away for sure. We both looked at each other. What the fuck is that? We stood around listening for 15 seconds. Next thing we know, the voice had suddenly come down the trail from what sounded like hundreds of feet away to being right down at the very end of it. The inhuman speed with which the voice came closer seemed so unnatural. I noticed it was now coming down the trail as well. I was thinking to myself, this voice sounded like it was from someone who was ready to kill. But the weird thing was, the voice was speaking in what I can only say was gibberish. I could not understand one single word it was saying. I instantly got this fight or flight feeling all in my body as the voice started getting very loud and moving closer to us at completely inhuman speeds. I told my brother to pick up some huge sticks with me to defend ourselves. Even though this voice had come out of nowhere and was moving down the trail at lightning speed, I still had the assumption it must be some kind of crazy person out in the mountains, having an episode or something. We picked up those sticks and sprinted down the trail back to the car. Now, here's the weird part. As we're running away from this voice that's coming down the other end, I suddenly hear the voice come up right behind us in a single instant. It sounded like he must be no more than 10 feet away, chasing us back to the car. I turned around, even though I didn't want to see. I just had to know how close this psycho was to us. As I looked back though and heard the voice right behind me, I could see no one there. I told my brother to run faster because the voice right behind us was yelling in absolute rage, but I couldn't see anyone behind us. We started picking up speed, and the craziest thing in my entire life happened. The voice panned around us, almost like 360-degree audio. I could hear the voice yelling gibberish right into my ear. Then it started panning to my left through the trees just off the trail. Then it was right in front of us. Then it slid to the right, and then back behind us, all in just a matter of seconds. At this point, my brother and I were obviously very creeped out and ran the rest of the way back to the car. The voice followed us all the way back. I remember hearing it panning around us, reverberating all through the woods, and I started praying to Jesus Christ to help me come out of this alive. After we made it around halfway down the trail to my car, the voice just suddenly disappeared. I remember slowing down, completely exhausted, and we started talking about what we'd just heard. I asked my brother if he'd also heard it panning around us in circles, and he said he'd heard the same thing. At that point, I knew I was not hallucinating or imagining things. I asked my brother if he'd heard it as gibberish as well. He said he'd heard the same thing. We finally got into the car and drove the hell out of there in a heartbeat. I remember the car ride was silent for about 5 minutes as we sat there thinking about what just happened. That's when I remembered. The whole road was supposed to be haunted, not just the cemetery. I had been down that very same trail alone a few months before this experience, and nothing weird happened to me then. This was one of the most unexplainable things I ever experienced in my entire life. To this day, I've never been back down that trail, and I never plan on going back either. Everything I've written down is the absolute truth. I haven't altered a single thing. The Santa Cruz area and mountains are known for cults and dark magic being performed in them, I guess. If you have any questions about our experience, feel free to ask.